Jun Xie finally woke up from his long sleep. His right hand slapped the ground and tried to jump up even before his eyes were completely open. The instincts of an excellent assassin told him to leave the place this moment itself. The first thought that came to his mind after waking up was that this was a dangerous place. Life and death were a hair's breadth away in a place like this. He began to rise with the support of his arm. Suddenly, he realized that his arm was too weak to support his body's weight. Bang! He fell back. He seemed to be extremely shocked. A million thoughts started to race through his mind. Where was he? What was going on? How did he end up being here? He realized that he lay next to a soft bed. He observed his surroundings, and found that he was in a magnificently decorated room. However, the room was empty except for a set of square tables and a bed. The bed that he lay next to was so huge that it could easily accommodate 7 to 8 people. What happened? How did I get here? Wasn't I supposed to be in the middle of an intense gunfight? Or is this a part of my afterlife? A surge of thoughts filled Jun Xie's mind as he tried to recall the last memories of his past life. Jun Xie was a killer by profession. He was an outstanding gold-ranking assassin. He had made his debut 5 years ago. He could penetrate into any place. He was an ace killer with 100% success rate. None of his predecessors had been able to accomplish such a feat. He was ranked number 1 in the ranking list of assassins. Jun Xie, or the Evil Monarch, had also risen to the first spot of the underworld's top-ranked experts. Therefore, it was natural that the bounty offered for his head was the highest. In fact, the bounty offered for his head had been the highest for the last 3 years. However, no one was willing to go near him since he was the top-ranked assassin, let alone killing him. Many first-rate assassins had daringly accepted the job of putting the evil monarch to sleep in the past. They had obviously hoped to get the huge bounty. But, the only reward that they received was death. The evil monarch couldn't be touched, let alone be hurt or assassinated. A wealthy person from country Y had once offered an exorbitant reward of $100 million for the head of the evil monarch. 2 assassins had accepted the job. They were as infamous as the evil monarch, and were among the top-ranked assassins. They were found dead 3 days later. No one had dared to take up the job since then, even though the reward was increased several times. It was a suicide mission. And, the money was of no good use for a dead person. So, the name Evil Monarch had become a taboo in the underworld's bounty list. The name Evil Monarch had become a symbol of fear for the people of the underworld in every country. Many people knew about his existence, but no one knew how he looked. Jun Xie's character was true to his name. If one word had to be used to describe him, it was evil. If 2 words were used, it was bloody evil, and if 3 words, it was goddamned evil. Jun Xie had no friends, he always worked alone. He was extremely fussy while accepting his missions, not only towards his clients, but also towards his targets. He would never kill a harmless person such as a defenseless beggar, no matter how much money was paid as the reward. However, he would voluntarily step up to assassinate a harmful person. After that, he would go on to find the concerned person's enemies, and request them for his remuneration. And, no one could say no to him. These hapless people had no history of hiring him. In fact, some of them had never even heard of him. It was said that he had intended to kill a human trafficker once. But, he had been unable to find anyone to make the payment for the task. So, he had requested a little girl who was abducted by the human trafficker for a dime as his payment. A dime. He had a principle: he never did business without any rewards. And, there could be no exceptions to this rule. Even his master and division members who understood him well were often left speechless owing to his character and way of conduct. Another story was that, he had once removed toilet papers from the toilet, just before his master went to use it. So, his master had asked his aide to bring toilet paper when he realized that it was missing. The then young Jun Xie had managed to extort $500,000 as labor fees from his own master. He had called all of his division's sisters to the toilet's entrance. He had even invited several beauties to join in. So, the master had to ultimately give in. Jun Xie believed that his biggest weakness was that he was an extremely loving person. This statement often made people puke since his identity had been established as that of a top-ranked assassin. However, his claim wasn't completely baseless. He detested the poor being oppressed by the rich in his home country, especially the officials using their powers against the common people. Besides, he detested seeing his own people getting oppressed in foreign countries. This patriotic behavior of his had stirred quite a number of frightful disasters. However, the clients still craved for his services since he had exceptional skills in fist fighting and sword fighting. Moreover, he possessed superior marksmanship, eyesight, and immeasurable martial arts prowess. All this had contributed to his 100% success rate. His achievements were truly unprecedented. He was the only person amongst the peak-level assassins who had an unblemished record. He was indeed the ultimate assassin in the realm of assassins. Jun Xie had another weakness: he was a typical hot-headed youth. His last mission had been another volunteer job. He had heard that the secret organization of Country M had quietly unearthed an invaluable treasure from the Kunlun mountains of Country Z. Then, they had smuggled this treasure to their own country before Country Z came to know about it. Being a hot-headed youth, Jun Xie had exploded into a fury. How could a national treasure be allowed to fall into the hands of foreign country in these peaceful times? Jun Xie had single-handedly managed to massacre his way towards the treasure by employing sneak tricks, traps, and excellent combat skills. He had proudly faced nearly 100 Secret Service agents of Country M. He had killed 70 secret agents before laying his hands on the treasure. The courage of the Secret Service agents had been shattered to pieces by then. Jun Xie was even confident that he could waltz out of the area without incurring any harm. But then, something unexpected had happened. A supernatural incident had occurred as soon as he had touched a palm-sized heretical-looking pagoda in the treasure. His entire body had become paralyzed. He couldn't even blink, let alone move his body. He hadn't noticed the blood that had gushed out from one of his wounds into the small, delicate, and exquisite pagoda. Jun Xie's last memory consisted of looking at about 50 mini-grenades flying towards him and around 20 firearms shooting towards him. He couldn't do anything about it, even though he was capable of wiping out all his enemies in one fell swoop with his strength and skills. This feeling was truly infuriating. I had never imagined that I would fall today, in such an absurd manner. But, I've lived a good life. I've killed at least 1,000 corrupt officials, local tyrants, and bullies. My life was worth something. I have no regrets. Others would smile as they enter the heavens. I smile as I enter the depths of hell. I've killed countless people. But, they were scum, they deserved it. It was fair. So, why should I be fearful? I don't care even if this act drags me down to hell. Kill. 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 Exterminate the dirty scum. End the life of every criminal. I don't care even if the world condemns me as a murderer. Is there anyone else in this world who has lived as I did? What a delightfully unrestrained life I've lived. Jun Xie let out a loud laughter as these thoughts crossed his mind. Ha 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 ha. Young master, are you all right? A timid voice was heard from beside him. The voice sounded as if someone was about to cry. Then, a cold hand was placed on his forehead. Young master? This isn't a dream. This isn't hell either. Jun Xie woke up, and opened his eyes. Suddenly, he was hit by a wave of unfamiliar memories. He felt as if he was struck by lightning. Was he inside someone else's body? Had he already been reincarnated? But, how could he remember his past life so clearly? Can it be that I didn't drink the soup meant to wipe out memories before reincarnating, or did I end up in someone else's body? Did I transmigrate to some other body, or is this a rebirth? Jun Xie lay motionless, and continued to stare coldly. However, he couldn't understand what had happened. Suddenly, he laughed out loud, "Son of a *ch. Good deeds do fetch a good reward. I had never hoped for such a good thing to happen to me, I had never expected to survive like this. It seems that my great deeds in the past life had accumulated immeasurable amounts of merits." Wah ha 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 ha. The 10-year-old girl beside him had been stroking her hand over his forehead. She trembled in fear as she heard him shout. She then ran to hide in a corner. She stared at the young master with confusion and fear in her eyes. Her face was pale, like a frightened quail. Jun Xie let out another scream, but it was a wretched one. It sounded like a girl's scream. Can it be that a part of me is gone? No. Jun Xie hurriedly grabbed his crotch even though there was a little girl in front of him. He heaved a sigh of relief as he realized that no part of him was missing. Heaven didn't mistreat me. I can still have children. That really scared me. I thought that I've moved into a girl's body. Jun Xie wiped away the cold sweat. Then, he began to inspect his new body. Stagnant meridians, atrophied muscles, joint stiffness. What kind of a person is this? The body is too fragile. It's such a crappy one. Jun Xie secretly whispered, "Doesn't matter. I would only take 3 to 7 years to be back at the top as long as the meridians haven't been destroyed." Suddenly, Jun Xie realized something. He was in a completely different world. The place didn't seem like the earth he was familiar with. He seemed to be alone in this world. He neither knew nor understood the rules and regulations of this new world. This feeling made even a cold-blooded assassin like Jun Xie feel frustration. He observed his clothes and the furniture. He realized that they were completely different from his times. The joy of being alive began to subside as this realization dawned upon him. Instead, he started to feel confused. It seems that I've indeed been granted a second chance. Jun Xie should have been happy with this prospect. However, he was filled with a feeling of extreme loss and pain. He had never felt like this before. His nose started to turn sour, his eyes started to turn watery, and his heart became suffocated. His mouth started to become self-deprecating as he began to cry for the first time. It's not easy to give up on my homeland and planet. I believed in my last moments, that I could let it go. But now, I've realized that I can't let go, I really can't. I thought that I didn't care for anything in this world. But now, I know that I care about a lot of things. In fact, I can't even count them. Moreover, I don't belong to this foreign land. I can't have a sense of belonging to this place. My soul will always be an outsider. Jun Xie inclined his head to one side. A tear escaped his eye once he was sure that no one could see him. This was the first tear of a man from two worlds. Never belittle a man who cries, everyone has to endure sadness at some point in one's life. Jun Xie stared into the bronze mirror, and saw a young and childish-looking face. His face was slim with thin lips, and long eyebrows slanting upwards towards his temples. A set of fine eyes added a sharp feeling to his face. He laughed and mumbled, "The kid's got some good looks. He's rather handsome. But, he looks like a flower boy, and his voice sounds like a sissy's." His new body was drastically different from his last body. He recalled that his previous body was full of killing vigor. His looks hadn't been of the popular type back then. His eyes had been a bit small and thin, and his nose had been a point lower. Overall, he had average looks. But still, he had looked like a standard male. He had always looked down upon flower boys even though he knew that there were some real men amongst them. He had never thought that he would end up transmigrating into a flower boy's body, and that too a handsome one's. Jun Xie noticed that there was a tattoo of a pagoda on his left wrist. He stroked it, and asked in a gentle tone, "Are you the one who brought me over, mate?" There was a trace of pride on his face. "I managed to complete the mission. I kept this item safe, and I didn't allow it to fall into the hands of those foreigners, even though I transmigrated. The pagoda-shaped pattern was none other than the exquisite pagoda that Jun Xie had traded his life for. He was sure that it was the same pagoda even though it had transformed into a small tattoo on his hand. He couldn't explain how he knew this. But, his heart told him that it was so. It was a real and mysterious feeling. The familiar pagoda pattern brought him a sense of comfort even though he was in a foreign land. However, he was still in a state of confusion as to what had exactly happened. He couldn't ascertain what kind of a feeling it was. But, he tried to remain calm and collected. His face didn't show any tension that went through his mind. This was one of the skills he had acquired as an ace assassin. He was still in a quiet and indifferent mood. He was still stroking the small pagoda pattern on his hand. Suddenly, the pattern started to emit a burst of foggy yellow light. Then, it disappeared. Jun Xie started to feel lightheaded, and sensed as if something had entered his mind. Strange. Jun Xie shook his head. He was amazed. The pagoda had initially appeared as a small palm-sized tower. Then, it transformed into a tattoo on his hand. And after that, it had disappeared. Could it be that it was actually a legendary treasure? Suddenly, a voice resounded, "Young master, the old master is asking for you." Jun Xie was about to investigate what he had felt earlier in his mind when his chain of thoughts was broken by a voice. "For me? Why?" Jun Xie raised his eyebrows and asked. "What qualifications does this old geezer have to command me to go meet him? Does he think that I'm his grandson or something?" However, he swallowed these words since he realized that the old master may be his grandfather, or at least his present body's grandfather. The little girl looked at him with a terrified expression on her face. "I don't know why he's calling you." The young girl lowered her head, and blinked in panic. One of her legs was positioned before the other. Her body was slightly tilted. She seemed ready to run away from the room. The 16-year-old Jun Moxie was the only descendant in the younger generation of the Jun family of the Heavenly Sent Kingdom. He was an idle and indolent person. He was a useless freeloader, a scum of society, and a super-level debauchee. He was a typical parasitic worm who had no value or reason to be kept alive. These features described the new identity that Jun Xie had taken up after he had transmigrated into a new body. "I'm Jun Xie. I was often referred to as the evil monarch, while you were given the name Jun Moxie. Aren't you ashamed? No wonder your body was taken over by me. There's no injustice in this." Jun Xie let out a deep sigh as he recalled the memories of young Master Jun and his actions in the past. He would have voluntarily killed such a person in his past life if he had come across any. He could have transmigrated into anybody. So, why did it have to be this scum? Jun Xie recalled a phrase from Buddha's teachings. This phrase talked about the laws of cause and effect. If a person kills too many pigs, then that person shall be reincarnated as a pig in his next life. It seemed that these words were indeed true. Jun Xie thought about all the scums that he had killed. It indeed made up for a considerable sum. This debauchee's father was Jun Moxie. He was a great general, but he had fallen in a battle 10 years ago. His mother had passed away in depression soon after that. He had 2 brothers, Jun Moxie and Jun Moxie. They had met a heroic end in a war 3 years ago. His grandfather Jun Zhangtian was still alive. He was a highly decorated Grand Duke, and an extremely powerful military figure of the kingdom. He also had an uncle Jun Wei. He had become paralyzed from waist down owing to his injuries incurred in a war 10 years ago. Jun Moxie belonged to a great family which was once filled with exceptional heroes. However, it was now in a sorry state. The final successor of the family, Jun Moxie, had ended up losing his body to Jun Xie. Thankfully, Jun Xie had managed to maintain his identity as a member of the Jun family. So, Jun Xie's child would become a successor of the Jun family's bloodline. It seemed to be heaven's grace towards the Jun family. Since this is heaven's will, I'll consider that we're both of the Jun descent, and face the situation for you. Jun Xie grinned and shrugged. To be honest, I don't want to. To have this kind of a crappy body and shitty reputation. I can only imagine the level of suffering I'll have to face because of your body. The original Jun Moxie's lingering spirit shouted with anger, "You cheap bastard! Do you think I want all this?" Jun Xie opened the door, and stepped out in the sunlight. He sighed as he faced the brilliant rays of the sun. "I'm not the same anymore, but at least the sun is. Jun Moxie isn't Jun Xie. But, my heart remains that of a Jun, a gentleman. It doesn't matter if I'm in another world." "Young master." The two maids who stood before the door bowed and greeted him. Jun Xie nodded to them. Then, he started to observe his surroundings. He shook his head as he saw four maids engaged in something nearby. Jun Xie knew that the young masters would be waited upon by attractive young beauties. However, he was surrounded by aunties. The 11-year-old girl Lolita was the only exception to this case. Jun Xie remembered that these maids had been arranged by his grandfather. And, these maids had one thing in common: they were excessively healthy and robust. Their muscular legs could even put a tree to shame. "What are they doing?" Jun Xie raised his head and pointed his chin towards several maids in the distance. An older maid lowered her head and replied, "They're helping the young master feed the birds and dogs, as well as those fighting beasts." "Oh!" Jun Xie strolled over to the area. This is an exotic sight to behold. 7 to 8 cages were placed above the jardiniers in an orderly manner. Each of these cages contained different colored birds which hopped around in a lively manner. A few large dogs lay on the ground with their tongues jutting out. The sound of crickets could be heard from several bamboos at a distance. It seemed from their sound that they were some rare breed with high-grade fighting skills. In addition, there was a cage containing 2 colorful hissing snakes. The original young masters seemed to have a diverse range of hobbies. Jun Xie frowned in disgust, and ordered, "Find someone to sell off all these, as soon as possible. Throw away the ones which can't be sold, or just kill them for their meat. This is a human residential area, not a zoo. Placing them here would make people sick." The eyes of all the maids including the Lolita bulged out in surprise. "What?" They raised their heads, and stared at their young master. They thought, "Has the young master gone mad? These are your precious treasures, that were brought at an incredibly exorbitant price. You want to sell it off today? You would probably buy it back tomorrow. But, don't sell off the snakes. I shall use them for soup when I return," Jun Xie ordered, and walked ahead without looking back. Everyone was left speechless. He continued to walk through a garden, several pavilions, and a drill field. He then went around a very big pond, and walked for another few minutes through a road amidst 2 rows of trees to reach the old master's residence. He discovered that his residence was located on the south, while Grandpa Jun's residence was located on the north. The distance between the 2 residences would measure around 3 kilometers. The present size of his familial clan seemed to be quite big. This should be the capital of the kingdom if the memory of his present body had served him correct. There were only a handful of families who had a residence with an area of several tens of square meters in the capital, excluding the imperial palace. Grandpa Jun was seated behind his desk. His hair was shiny black even though he was well over 60. He could be easily mistaken for someone in his 40s. His majestic countenance was filled with helplessness as he watched his grandson lazily enter the room in a feeble manner. He almost lost his temper. Jun Zhangtian was born poor. He had fought throughout the world, and had become a general in his youth. His name brought terror to the military forces of every kingdom. He possessed superior military tactics, and was endowed with a profound steadiness in character. He could maintain a calm exterior regardless of being joyous or furious. He was one of the few people in the heavenly sent kingdom who had the cultivation level of heaven mystic rank. He had proved his capabilities by rising from poverty to become a general in his youth. How many people could replicate this feat? How long did it take to become a general? He had managed to achieve this in his youth. Jun Zhangtian had fought his way up from a lowly pauper to become a highly decorated Grand Duke. It took him 40 years to achieve this feat. It's said that the flow of time creates heroes. But, the number of such heroes were far and few in between based on the history of the continent. However, he felt helpless as he gazed at his grandson, his one and only successor. His development had been nothing short of a letdown. Grandpa Jun couldn't figure out how his family's lineage could give birth to this worthless scum. This person knew neither literary nor martial arts. He would grow giddy as soon as he picked up a book, and would disappear faster than a magic rabbit as soon as he heard the word practice. The grandsons from other families were perfect. They had made a name for themselves at a young age. Their cultivation of mystic chi was on the right track since they were at the 5th level or above. However, his grandson's cultivation of mystic chi was at a miserable 3rd level. Moreover, he had forced 5 teachers to quit. He was a disappointing figure. In addition, he had taught himself to eat, drink, gamble, and visit prostitutes. Jun Moxie had become a well-known genius in these fields. Grandpa Jun was a hero of his time. Yet, he had ended up with a grandson like Jun Moxie. Grandpa Jun sighed weakly as he recalled his other 2 grandchildren. If only they were still alive. Then, would he have pampered this one and only surviving bloodline until this point? He let out a self-deprecating laugh. He hadn't cried when his son Wu Hui had died in the battle. Instead, he had boasted that his son was a brave hero. He had again held back his tears when his 2 grandchildren Mou and Mo Zhou too had died in the battlefield, as they were valiant heroes. He had cried for the first time when Wu Yi was crippled for life. However, he still had hope. He still had a grandson who could continue the Jun family's bloodline. Unfortunately, the grandson had turned out to be a worthless bastard, a smear on the wall that couldn't be developed in any manner. What can I do about it? He thought. Jun Zhangtian hid his emotions, and asked the young master in a dismissive manner, I heard that you fell off the bed last night, and fainted? Is that true? Hey! Jun Xie raised his head. His heart was partially doubtful, but he had finally started to understand the situation. He could answer any question through the memories left in his mind, except for this one. In fact, this question had been constantly lingering in his mind. He hadn't found anything out of the ordinary with this body since the time he had woken up. So, how did he end up being transmigrated into this body? Now, he could vaguely guess, this bastard had fallen off his bed in his sleep, and had ended up being killed by the fall. This person was truly a champion among debauchees, he was worth idolizing. To think that one could die from falling off the bed. An expert such as this one must be treated with respect. And, Jun Xie's heart was filled with sincere admiration for the unparalleled genius whose body he had acquired. Grandpa Jun started at him, and pounded at the table, what hey, hey. He couldn't help but shout as he saw Jun Xie's slothful figure, you worthless thing. You don't even realize that someone was trying to assassinate you. If it wasn't for the protection I arranged for you, you would have been having an audience with the King of Hell at this moment. Look at you, can't you tell me anything at all? It seemed that this kid was assassinated. Jun Xie secretly curled his mouth. Your so-called protection was only so-so. Your beloved grandson has already left this world while being under your protection. Grandpa Jun was surprised to see his reaction. His idiot of a grandson had a cowardly nature. So, how could he remain so quiet? He would have made a huge fuss in the past upon hearing news about someone trying to assassinate him. But now, he just stood there looking slightly pale. Moreover, he seemed unbothered, and his body seemed to emanate a faint aura of coldness. Grandpa Jun couldn't believe that a chilling aura was being emanated out of his disappointing grandson's body. Am I seeing things now? That's enough. Jun Zhangtian exclaimed, we're one family, but you chose to live in the southern mansion. Ah! You'll move back here tomorrow. He felt an aching pain as he stared at Jun Xie. Jun Moxie was his grandson regardless of the fact that he was a debauched wretch, and a disappointing figure. Moreover, he was the last successor of the Jun family. The current state of foreign affairs was stable and peaceful in the kingdom. However, several princes had grown of age. This had led to an inevitable internal strife. Jun Zhantian was akin to a towering tree since he was the top military powerhouse. So, everyone wished to include him in their network of allies. The attempt to assassinate his grandson, the last heir to the Jun family, was possibly one of their strategies to stir an internal disaster. Jun Zhantian feared more attempts could be made on Jun Moxie's life if he didn't move back with him. Jun Xie flatly declined, "I'm very comfortable there. So, there's no need for me to move." "Are you joking? This is a rare chance to experience the techniques of this world's fellow assassins. This will all go away from me if I move here." Jun Xie's heart palpitated with excitement as he heard Grandpa Jun discuss the matter. Assassinations. A subject that seemed far away, but was still the most intimate part of his memories. "You, Reg!" Grandpa Jun's anger erupted. He raised his hand to slap Jun Xie, but stopped. His face revealed a complicated look as he said, "You, just go then. Wasn't it the first time that he refused me? How did he dare to refuse me?" It was a complete and utter rejection. Jun Xie bent his body ceremoniously, and took Grandpa Jun's leave. He then turned around to walk away. "Oh, one more thing. You aren't allowed to pester Princess Ling Meng from today onwards. There shall be no negotiations regarding this matter. Period." Grandpa Jun spoke up with an air of dejection and coldness. The Jun family seemingly possessed the strength to grasp even the heavens, as though they were the only sovereigns in the kingdom. However, the Jun family suffered from a fatal flaw: lack of a capable successor. The only living heir to the family, Jun Moxie, was a young debauchee. Jun Zhantian, a man seemingly in his 40s, with a mind and body resistant towards the ravages of time, knew that the Jun family would likely be erased from the world if he didn't do anything about the matter. This was the most inevitable outcome when Jun Moxie's activities were kept in view. Jun Zhantian had once tried to take the matter into his own hands. He had hardened himself to shamelessly ask the Emperor for His Majesty's most beloved daughter Princess Ling Meng's hand in marriage for Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie would have a safe harbor to rely on if he was to succeed, even after Jun Zhantian's death. In fact, he would have an identity of royalty as the husband of the princess. So, the Jun bloodline would be preserved, unless Jun Moxie made any outrageous mess. Prince consort, the position seemed grand and magnificent. However, it was the most embarrassing of all the government positions in reality. The biggest fear for any powerful minister was to receive an imperial order bestowing their son with a marriage with the princess. Who would want to bring a daughter-in-law the elders of their family would have to bow to? Moreover, there were rules that needed to be observed. A prince consort was prohibited from taking any concubines. The family would never see good days if the princess happened to possess a perverse personality or a heart filled with jealousy. However, this seemed to be the best insurance plan for a debauchee like Jun Moxie. In this way, the Jun family would at least be kept alive over the generations. Therefore, Jun Zhantian had willingly proposed the idea of the marriage of his grandson Jun Moxie with Princess Ling Meng without any feeling of agitation or intimidation. Grandpa Jun was like an elder brother to the emperor. His Majesty had understood the intention behind his old comrade's proposal. He was moved by Jun Zhantian's predicament. In fact, he had even considered the matter carefully for a long time. But, he had finally refused the offer owing to Jun Moxie's history, and everything that he had done. And, more specifically, due to Princess Ling Meng's refusal. It's not that your younger brother isn't willing to help you, Brother Jun. But, I'm a father. How can I marry my most beloved daughter Ling Meng to a... His Majesty had lowered his head out of respect. This had caused Jun Zhantian to lose his breath. A father? Consideration for your daughter? Wouldn't you have been filled with joy if I had brought this proposal to you a decade back, when the Jun family was in its most prosperous period? Grandpa Jun's heart was filled with resentment. Jun Xie stood at the doorway. He replied lightly, "Oh, I understand. There was neither shock nor joy in his voice, his tone was like a bowl of plain water. Then, he walked out. Jun Moxie had started to consider himself as the prince consort of Princess Ling Meng ever since he had learnt about Grandpa Jun's proposal. In fact, he had even started to stalk the princess, he had vexed her to no end. Grandpa Jun was surprised to see that Jun Moxie had taken the news of rejection with indifference. He had expected Jun Moxie to become angry or hysterical. He wouldn't have been surprised if Jun Moxie had gone cursing out into the streets. However, Jun Moxie's indifferent attitude had left him in shock. Has the fall from the bed changed his character? Grandpa Jun stroked his beard as he stared at the departing figure of his grandson. Jun Zhangtian clapped his hands and ordered, "Arrange a few more experts to guard the young master at night. I don't want any more mishaps. Kill any suspicious person on the spot. Don't even think about trying this a second time. You think that you can just waltz in here, and take the life of Jun Zhangtian's grandson?" Grandpa Jun's eyes flashed with coldness. Grandpa Jun seemed to have given these orders to thin air within the empty room. But then, the voice of a man resounded from somewhere, "Understood." Jun Xie walked out into the sunlight, and started to advance towards his courtyard. The warm rays of sun shone on his face. He met several servants along the way. They bowed to him in fear and trepidation. However, Jun Xie didn't notice any of them since he was lost in his thoughts. Nobody knew the thoughts that were echoing within Jun Xie's mind. What's an assassin? As the name suggests, an assassin is the one who assassinates. We're the hands of darkness. Always remember this word darkness. An assassin is always an illusionary existence entering like the wind, and disappearing into nothingness. What makes a successful assassin? If nobody gets to know that a person is an assassin with his hands soaked in blood till the day he dies, then he's a successful assassin. Then, what are the qualifications of a super assassin? The so-called qualification of a successful assassin is to blend into any atmosphere and situation. He'll transform into a poet when placed within scholars, an artist when placed within painters, a villain among the rogues, a nobleman and a gentleman in the company of the socialites, a sexual predator in the company of sexual offenders, and an exemplary champion when among heroes. He's a lizard in the desert, and the wolf king in the prairie. He's the king of beasts, a tiger in the mountains, and the tide bringer, a dragon when floating above the seas. These are the qualities of a successful assassin. The one who only knows how to kill is, at best, a butcher. But, the one who has a clear goal in mind while killing, in addition to being successful each time, can be regarded as a good assassin. Assassination, it's an art in itself. As an assassin, one must never profane the elegance of this art. This was a conversation that he'd had with his master in his past life. His mouth broke into a smile as he thought about it. He murmured, "The current me is nothing more than a worthless freeloading, second-generation figurehead waiting for death's call." Wrong. You aren't the second-generation figurehead. I am. You're the third-generation figurehead, a cold voice resounded. A thin man in his 30s appeared before Jun Xie's eyes. He was seated on a wheelchair with a thick layer of satin over his legs. He was staring at Jun Xie with his bright eyes. His eyebrows were like swords, they slanted upwards towards his temple. His body vibrated a natural aura of coldness and killing intent. A faint glint of contempt flashed deep within his falcon-like eyes, it was obvious even though it wasn't much. He would have been a handsome man with the qualities of a prosperous persona, if not for his disabled legs. He looked like an outstanding, fearless, and steel-bodied hero. It could be easily judged with the residual aura of the might that was evident within his eyebrows, that he was once a highly decisive and powerful army general who commanded tens of thousands in a bloody war. Third uncle. Jun Xie stopped walking as he saw Jun Wei, the man who was seated on the wheelchair. Jun Xie recalled from Jun Moxie's memories that this third uncle had now become incapable of doing anything, except for remaining seated in his wheelchair. This was another messed up freeloader waiting for his time to end. But, Jun Xie sensed a very familiar aura emitting out of this third uncle. It sent a chill down his spine. A killing intent. An intent so thick that it stirred even Jun Xie's heart. One must have been baptized within the fires of 100 battles in order to possess such a distinctive fighting spirit. One must be an iron-willed war veteran who had fought his way out through mountains of corpses and a sea of blood. This aura was akin to a peerless blade's ray of sharpness, that couldn't be buried even after it was broken, a coercive brilliance that could shine throughout the skies. However, that peerless blade had now been wrapped in its sheath. Jun Xie had met at the most 2 or 3 individuals of such high class in his entire life. And, each one of them had held a monumental position within the military. Jun Xie held such iron-blooded and valiant generals in high regards. Grandpa Jun was also such an individual. However, he was an aged veteran whose cultivation had allowed him to restrain his aura. So, he could keep it hidden at all times. Therefore, Jun Xie had failed to detect it even though his meeting with Grandpa Jun had lasted for a few minutes. However, Jun Wei hadn't yet achieved a state where he could successfully restrain his aura. His entire being was no different from a peerless sword. An awe-inspiring sword chi could be felt leaking out of the blade even though it was kept under the sheath. Obviously, one needed to possess Jun Xie's level of awareness to detect it. Ordinary men like Jun Moxie would never realize this, even if they were beaten to death. This peerless sword could emit howls of the dragon in the midst of the night, even if it was cast aside and was left to hang on the wall. The howl signified a thirst for blood, a thirst that had been engraved into its bones. "You rarely call me third uncle," Jun Wei raised his head. His dark eyes glanced at his nephew in a cynical manner as he asked, "Moxie, it seems that you are interested in becoming a second-generation ancestor." Jun Wei wondered what was wrong with him. Why did he feel like talking to a smear on the wall that couldn't be developed? Jun Xie looked at Jun Wei's disabled waist and legs for a long time. Suddenly, he laughed, "You must be joking, third uncle. You're the genuine second-generation figurehead. I'm, at best, the third generation. A peaceful and happy life of a third generation is more than enough for me." Why is this kid speaking to me in such a tone today? His words are still biting, but they lack the arrogance and bossiness of the past. A sharp radiance flashed within Jun Wei's eyes. It was akin to a brilliant ray of lightning piercing through the darkness of the night sky. He shook his head as he laughed. "Do you even know the difference between a second-generation ancestor and a third-generation ancestor? Oh? Aren't they the same worthless freeloaders waiting for the death's call? Is there really any difference?" Jun Xie raised his eyebrows and said. He couldn't help but feel saddened by looking at a respectable iron-blooded man like Jun Wei whose glare could scare even the lightning and thunder fall into such a sorry state. A trace of bitterness and unwillingness glimmered in Jun Wei's eyes, and dissipated. He raised his head, and placed his hands on his lap. He then said, "No difference? The two of them are worlds apart. The second-generation ancestors are the fathers who laid the foundation with their blood, so that their sons can sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. The sons won't face any difficulty in their lives. They'll not die as long as they are born with a mouth capable of eating. They can even enjoy a life of luxuries. But, that is not the case with the third-generation ancestors." He looked at Jun Xie in the eye and laughed. Then, he continued, "The so-called third-generation ancestors are those who become the successors of the third generation. They are not necessarily the ones born into the third generation. That is to say, your grandfather laid the foundations, but the line was severed in the middle during your father's era. That led our family towards the third generation. You and I would have been the second-generation ancestors if your father were still alive, me from your grandfather's generation, and you from your father's. That would have been the only difference. Even if you have the determination to become a third-generation ancestor, you'll not be able to hold that position for a long time. There are no trees for you to seek protection from, except your grandfather. But, he has grown old. So, your life as the third-generation ancestor is likely to be very tough, it's impossible for those lacking in ability and determination. So, I'm comparatively luckier than you since I'm the second-generation ancestor. Jun Wei had spoken these words to counter Jun Xie's phrase useless freeloader waiting for death's call. However, a feeling of sadness surged through his heart as he continued to speak. Is this truly the end for the great Jun family? A family which had once risen to prominence had now fallen to such a degree. Both of his brothers were martyrs of the war, while he had been paralyzed. He had placed his hopes on his two nephews. But, they too had died in a battle, their bodies had been lost. The only successor of the Jun family's bloodline was the idiotic waste Jun Moxie. Suddenly, Jun Wei found himself losing interest. In fact, he didn't even have the strength to say anything further. Jun Xie remained silent for a moment. Then, he let out a laugh. Actually, I too can be a second-generation ancestor. How could Jun Xie not understand Jun Wei's words? He had only wanted Jun Wei to say these words. Oh! Jun Wei asked in a lazy manner. If third uncle can become a tree, and create a comfortable spot for me, then would I not be able to become a second-generation ancestor? Jun Xie asked with a smile. There was a trace of fury in Jun Wei's eyes. He asked in a low voice, Moxie, are you taunting your uncle? Jun Xie stared at him. He then asked, is there any sense of awareness in your legs? No. Jun Wei turned his head to the other side. He was becoming more and more annoyed with his nephew. Jun Moxie knew that he didn't like hearing about his disability, and yet that brat continued to bring it up. He was at least indirect about it in the past. But, he was talking about it in his face at this moment. They were better off without a descendant who didn't even show respect towards his elders. Was your waist ever broken before? No. Jun Wei's temper erupted. Darned brat. Would I be still living if my back was broken? This means that only your meridians are damaged? Were you dealt with an underhanded move? Jun Xie's eyes lit up. It seemed that someone had either severed his meridians, or had eroded it with the help of some insidious poison which had caused them to shrink and wither. If that was the case, then there was still hope as long as there was no deficiency in his blood or qi. Then, there was an opportunity for recovery if Jun Xie's knowledge of medicine served him properly. After all, this man was his blood relative. Moreover, he was an iron-blooded man who had impressed Jun Xie with his towering fighting spirit. Jun Xie looked at him and asked, I heard that you were hurt on the battlefield. But, it would be easier for someone to kill you rather than do this to you. Why would they do that? Whoever did this to you wanted you to suffer a life worse than death. Jun Xie's words stabbed Jun Wei at the sore spot in his heart. He clenched his teeth. The veins on his forehead convulsed a few times. He couldn't control himself, and started to take deep breaths. What does this have to do with you? Jun Xie smiled as he realized that he had guessed correctly. He moved to the front, and held on to the wheelchair. He then asked, Third uncle, do you want to take revenge? Look at me. How can I even talk about revenge? Jun Wei's face was flushed red. Extreme hatred flashed in his eyes as his face fluctuated. He let out a sigh after a long time and said, the current me is nothing more than a basket case. Jun Xie smiled, what if I had the ability to make you stand up again, third uncle? This sentence felt like a thunderous explosion to Jun Wei's ears. Jun Xie had spoken in a soft voice. However, his words felt like thunderclaps resounding through the skies to Jun Wei's ears. Jun Wei's eyes were wide open. A layer of brilliant yellow glow emitted out of his body, so much so that no one could dare to look at him. He grabbed Jun Xie's arm with an unusual strength, and asked in an eager manner, Moxie, are you saying that you have the means to cure me? Jun Wei hadn't stopped practicing his mystic qi cultivation while he had recuperated. The layer of yellow light emitting out of his body symbolized the strength of an earth mystic ranked expert. Jun Wei's achievements were quite rare in correspondence to his age, even though he was only at the early stages. One could rarely find an earth mystic ranked expert in the heavenly sent kingdom. Jun Xie had climbed to the earth mystic rank in only 30 years, this feat was similar to that of a sky-shaking genius. His strength would have entered a higher stage if the meridians of his lower body weren't severely defective. Cracking sounds issued out of Jun Xie's arm due to Jun Xie's powerful grip. However, his face didn't show even the slightest trace of pain. He remained calm and indifferent. He smiled and replied, "I can't guarantee it, but I can try." Suddenly, Jun Xie became aware of his surroundings, and retracted his arm. A trace of doubt crept up in his mind as he looked at his own hands. He turned towards Jun Xie and asked, "Weren't you in pain? Why aren't you crying?" "It did pain. But, would the pain stop if I cried? If so, then I would have definitely cried out loud. But, unfortunately, it isn't so," Jun Xie replied. Jun Xie was startled to see the indifferent look on Jun Xie's face. Suddenly, he laughed out loudly and said, "Haha! Now you have at least managed to convince me that you can cure me. This nephew of mine seems different from before," Jun Xie thought. "For now, your body needs to be massaged thrice a day in the morning, afternoon, and evening. If possible, get servants with a background in martial arts to massage along your meridians. Moreover, you must soak your body in hot water every night, for an hour. No breaks are allowed in this routine. We can start your treatment when the preparations on my side are done. Is that all right?" Jun Xie smiled. Jun Xie controlled his emotions and said, "Very well, Moxie. Third uncle is willing to trust you this time." His hands slowly balled up into a fist as he said, "I'll accept it, even if it fails." However, he didn't say something else that he felt, "I'll accept it, even if you're just messing around with me. A strand of hope is better than none at all." However, Jun Xie sensed something wasn't right. Third uncle would surely have consulted many doctors during these years of being restricted to the wheelchair. Jun Xie checked Jun Xie's body again, and realized that he wasn't in a positive state. The meridians at his waist had been completely blocked off. Moreover, a heretical drug was slowly eroding his meridians. In fact, his muscles would have started to suffer from atrophy if it not for the high level of care and maintenance. That would have made him a cripple in the true sense, and would have left no scope for recovery. How could the high-level doctors not detect that? The well-known doctors from all over the kingdom have been invited to cure me. But, none of them have been successful. I was attacked with an insidious skill, and it sealed off my meridians. Moreover, I was inflicted with a highly peculiar and toxic poison which left me with a life worse than death. We didn't find any drugs that could fight off against this poison," Jun Xie replied with a face full of hate. "Father had tried to break the insidious seal on my meridians several times. But, it hasn't yielded any results. It seems that the only possible way to force out the poison is to utilize an extremely powerful mystic chi. If that's the case, then why?" Jun Xie asked, but stopped midway. "I was attacked by heaven mystic ranked experts. We would need the help of a spirit mystic ranked expert in order to unlock their seal and force out the poison. But, spirit mystic experts are near mythical existences, who would only meet with the heads of organizations, and not the tails. Moreover, a spirit mystic expert would lose half of his strength to cure me, due to severe exposure to the poison, with no chance of ever recovering." Jun Xie smiled bitterly and said, "Which spirit mystic ranked expert would make such a big sacrifice for me? Moxie, achieving such high level of cultivation is as hard as ascending to the heavens. Who in his right mind will throw away half of his life's worth of cultivation for my sake? What a fate! This person has thrown you into a state where you know the way to treat yourself, and yet that method is unattainable." Jun Xie shook his head. "It seems that this guy's hatred for you is beyond ordinary. He has used such a sinister method to torment you. His intention must have been to neither leave a path of life for you, nor the will to die." Jun Xie paused. Then, he asked unexpectedly, were these people our family's blood enemies? Moxie, you! Where did you find a way to treat me? Jun Wei's eyes flickered with pain as he heard Jun Xie's question. But, he didn't answer him. Instead, he looked at Jun Xie with an evaluating expression. You seem to be an entirely different person today. Third uncle, your ailment has always been in my mind, day and night. Jun Xie broke out into a sweat. I found this method by accident. It seems promising. So, I thought that I should try it out. We are related by blood, third uncle. It's natural that I wish for you to get better. But, it's also for my sake. I wish to be protected, and live a stable life as a second-generation ancestor. That's the kind of person I am. It can't be helped, ha ha ha. You stinking brat! Jun Wei scoffed. But then, he resumed his solemn expression and said, Moxie, your third uncle accepts this act of kindness from you, regardless of whether you succeed or fail. His voice rang out loud and clear. Third uncle, wait for the day when you can offer me shelter. Then, I'll become a second-generation ancestor, ha ha ha. Jun Xie checked his state again before he made his mind up. He thought that he could use a three-pronged treatment to cure Jun Wei by increasing his own internal energy and with his knowledge of acupuncture and medicinal drugs. Jun Xie had asked Jun Wei to undergo the massages only to buy time. At present, he didn't have the slightest bit of internal energy. However, the acupuncture treatment required a huge amount of energy in order to work. Jun Wei's eyes lit up as he heard Jun Xie's confident words. He smiled and spoke, Moxie, your level of mystic qi cultivation is only at the third level. It isn't stronger than an average commoner. But, you still withstood my powerful grip without even batting an eyelid. You won't be an ordinary second-generation ancestor, with such a character and endurance. Jun Wei hadn't gripped Jun Xie's arm with his full strength. But, how can an ordinary layman endure the grasp of an earth mystic ranked expert? Even a gold mystic ranked expert would have wrinkled his eyebrows in reaction. However, Jun Moxie had the negligible cultivation of a third-level mystic qi. And yet, he had been able to endure it. Moreover, he hadn't even utilized his own mystic qi to resist. Jun Wei knew the level of pain that Jun Xie must have had to endure. Moreover, the pain was inflicted on him when he was the least prepared. But still, he hadn't even flinched. This level of mind. What a pity, Jun Wei sighed as he looked at Jun Xie. What a pity that Jun Moxie's age is too advanced. There's no hope even if he's capable of enduring painful hardships, and is to devote his entire life in cultivating mystic qi. Otherwise, the Jun family would have been able to produce another terrifying expert with his level of unyielding tolerance. Jun Xie thought for a while. He then said, it's extremely important for you to select people who are trustworthy, especially the ones who will be responsible for your massages. This entire matter should remain confidential. Otherwise, both of us will lose face in case the treatment fails. The third uncle laughed and replied, no one should be informed even if we're successful. I'm not an idiot. Your only fear is that this matter will invite trouble for us, right? You and I should be the perfect hidden cards for our Jun family, once I'm cured. How can I not know about something like this? You little devil, you even tried to use your third uncle's reputation as an excuse. Jun Wei let out a laugh, and pinched his face. Suddenly, it crossed his mind that this brat was once his treasured nephew. However, the two of them hadn't been this close in a long time. But perhaps, it was only because of this reason that he had such a strange feeling when he saw him again. Could it be that Jun Moxie had portrayed the image of a debauchee all these years in order to hide a different face underneath? Jun Wei was overwhelmed with anticipation as he looked at Jun Xie, who had turned around to walk away. Jun Wei seemed to be more curious to know if his nephew genuinely had a hidden face. In fact, he desired to know this even more than his own chances of getting cured. Third uncle, you've reached the earth mystic rank, right? Jun Xie laughed and asked. You peeping Tom! Jun Wei chuckled, he felt an incomparable sense of cheerfulness. He continued, I've achieved it just this year, but it isn't stabilized yet. You're being modest. Jun Xie curled his lips, what's above the earth mystic rank? Jun Wei was startled. He explained, mystic chi cultivation begins with the 9 levels. After these levels comes the silver, gold, and jade levels. Above them comes the earth mystic, heaven mystic, and the spirit mystic. The released mystic chi is noticeable in the first 3 levels. The colors are light red, pink red and thick red. The color for the next 3 stages 4th to 6th is purple. The color from the 7th to 9th stages is black. Moxie, you must be extremely careful about these signs when you go outside. One careless in interpretation can result in a disaster. I understand, third uncle, Jun Xie smiled and replied with an indifferent face. Jun Wei continued to speak in a passionate manner, the silver level is the beginning, the golden level is growth, and the jade level signifies a budding process. But, the 9th level and below are insignificant. Earth mystic splits everything, the heaven mystic leaves only the air in its midst, and the spirit mystic becomes formless, it can only be compared to the 9 heavens, an entity that transforms into a soaring dragon. These are the recitals for the mystic chi stages. One is considered to be a beginner only when he has reached the silver mystic. As for you, Jun Wei looked at Jun Xie with a gentle look in his eyes, you've your own path to tread. Being a man doesn't necessarily mean killing with one's own hands. Jun Xie replied with a smile, I understand, third uncle. I'm not someone who kills people all the time. He added in his mind, I'm not someone who kills people without any reward. But, there's an exception to this condition, don't mess with me. Jun Xie didn't have any interest in mystic chi. So, he didn't put any effort to understand it. He started to walk with a slow pace after Jun Wei had left for his room. He then changed his route, and started to walk towards the library. Jun Xie had to visit the library as the previous third young master Jun had too little information in his brain. His head was devoid of any useful information, except for the information related to sensual pleasures, gambling, eating, and drinking. He was a sticky blob of worthless mud. So, it was impossible for Jun Xie to derive any useful information from his memories. Therefore, he needed some time to reorganize his memories. He needed to at least tidy it up in order to understand the state of the Jun family. After all, the third young master Jun's brain had no useful information in this regard either. Jun Xie spent his entire day in the library, he didn't go out even once. An old man bowed before Jun Zhantian in his study to report Jun Xie's whereabouts. Senior master, the young master had a long chat with the third master after he left your place. The third master seemed quite happy after he talked with the young master. In fact, he has never looked so happy in the recent years. Ah! Jun Zhantian had always maintained a calm demeanor. However, his calmness was shattered as he heard these words, he looked stunned. Jun Wei and Jun Moxie had always been as incompatible as fire and water, so much so that they ridiculed each other every single time they met. Their eyes would become sore as soon as they saw each other. How on heaven's earth could these two strike a peaceful conversation? In fact, they had a good chat. What was most surprising was that Jun Wei had ended up becoming happy from that conversation. It wouldn't have been far-fetched to consider this occurrence as an abnormal incident. Jun Zhantian sipped his tea, and asked in a casual tone, what were they talking about? The third master has cultivated himself to a great place in the recent years, even though he's disabled. He's now at the early earth mystic stage. So, I didn't dare to go too close to him. I couldn't overhear their conversation. I was only able to see the third master and young master chatting happily, and agreeing with each other, the old man answered respectfully. Agreeing with each other. Jun Zhantian stroked his beard, how is that possible? It was fortunate enough that none of them died after being in each other's company for so long. And, you say that they had been agreeing with each other. This is absolutely true. Moreover, the young master headed straight to the library building after he met with the third master. In fact, he's still in the library. I think it's of minimal importance since there aren't many external factors or influences in the library. But, the matter of the young master having a conversation with the third master is too surprising. So, I decided to report it to you, Senior Master. You did the right thing. But wait, did you say that this kid went into the library building? Jun Xantian's beard trembled. His eyes widened in shock. Are you sure that the little bastard Jun Moxie went into the library building, instead of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, the Wafting Fragrance Pavilion, and other such places? The old man nodded. There's no mistake, Senior Master. It was certainly the library building. Jun Zhantian jumped up from his seat, and started to pace back and forth in the room. His usual calm face revealed a deep frown. He tugged at his beard and asked, Old Peng, do you have any idea what this bastard plans to do inside the library building? Suddenly, he stopped walking. He won't set it on fire, would he? Old Peng restrained his desire to laugh and replied, Young master was reading books inside the library. He was very quiet. I felt that he won't be leaving from there anytime soon. So, I came here to report the matter to you. Reading books? Grandpa Jun cried out in surprise, and tugged out a strand of his beard. He then curled his lips and asked, Is he genuinely reading the books? He is, Senior Master. Jun Zhantian thought for a while. He then waved his hand and said, It's good to read, let him read. But, bring the books that he's going through to me once he has left the library. I'm curious to know what he's planning. Is that possible that he's looking for erotic paintings? Well, it's all right in that case, he's coming of age now. It's no big deal. I still remember, hee. Old Peng, don't allow anyone to bother that kid. Understood, Senior Master. Jun Zhantian continued to pace around the room for some time. Then, he looked at the sky to calm himself down. He thought, if he isn't looking for erotic paintings, is it possible that this kid has finally woken up, and has decided to change himself into a better person? He shook his head and sighed, this old man needs to go, and burn some incense sticks and pray to the spirits of the ancestors if that's the case. The butler Old Peng rushed to the library in the night in order to fetch the books read by Jun Xie. He found a few dozen books bundled over each other. Jun Zhantian laid down those books on the table. He was frowning. Mystic Continent's current situation, Continental Travelogue, Continental Mountains Records, Person of the Year List, Records of Strange Flowers and Exotic Grasses, Continental Wars Discussion, Mystic Art of War. Grandpa Jun spent the entire night in looking over the books read by his grandson. His expressions continued to change in confusion, surprise, and happiness. He sighed, puffed, shook his head, and nodded. It seemed that he had used up half of his entire life's facial expressions in a single night. Jun Xie didn't go out over the next few days. He would wake up in the morning, and would head straight to the library. Then, he would stay there the entire day. There were no exceptions to this routine. Grandpa Jun would go through the books read by him on a regular basis. Grandpa Jun's expressions would change from disappointment to shock, and then to pleasure. It seemed that Grandpa Jun had yet to exhaust the entire range of his facial expressions. The servants of the Jun family assumed that their young master had picked up another peculiar hobby. He would remain in the library building throughout the day, and would walk out and sit in the courtyard during the night. Moreover, the spot that he had chosen to sit was the darkest corner of the courtyard. It was far away from the reach of light. The servants didn't seem to be concerned about his new hobby. After all, it was better than his past hobbies. Jun Xie was seated under a flower tree at the moment. He was enjoying the dark aura of the night. It was so dark that one couldn't spot one's own hand. However, Jun Xie was feeling safe and secure. The darkness of the night was naturally the safest place for someone who used to be a master of assassins and an invincible personality. The night had always been Jun Xie's best and most reliable partner. Jun Xie felt as if he was in a dream as he gazed at the stars. He had read several books containing information on this world in the past few days. So, the situation in the continent had become more or less clear to him. However, he became more and more confused as he continued to read. Jun Xie would have assumed that he had landed himself in an ancient kingdom if it wasn't for the black and white letters in the books. The people, the accents, the culture, and the clothing seemed similar to that of the Tang and Song dynasties. In fact, they were too similar. Jun Xie sunk his head between his knees, and held the back of his head with both hands. He groaned as he thought, Why? Why is this not the ancient era of my country? I would be in such an advantageous position then. The resources that I have concerning those eras would have been really useful. I could have taken advantage of my foreknowledge, even if I don't wish to change history. It could have put those divine prophets to shame, and coasted my way through history while avoiding any misfortune. Mystic continent, where in the damned hell is this place? Gold mystic, silver mystic, earth mystic, heaven mystic. Mystic Shi. Mystic your granddaddy. Why is it not internal martial arts? The only things that had remained familiar was the sun, moon, and the pleasant night. And, only these things felt familiar to Jun Xie. Jun Xie's face looked like a cold stone, his cheeks throbbed with pain as he restrained himself from cursing out at the heavens. He started to feel a violent headache as he struggled through the surge of extreme emotions. He couldn't retain a calm face even with his extraordinary endurance, his face grimaced in pain. The headache soon turned into dizziness. He felt as if the world around him was rotating at an unbelievable speed. The night sky seemed to his eyes like an insane show of madness. The whole world seemed unreal to him, like an illusory existence. Jun Xie panted and bit his lip in pain, the blood flowed down his lips. He glared ahead as he went through the pain without letting out a single sound. I was alone when I came into this world. So, I'll bear this pain alone. I can only depend on myself in this strange world, and no one else. I'll never depend on anyone else. Kill. 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 I'll use my killing skills, and will forge a path of blood, will wipe out the skies, and will obliterate the lands. Kill. 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 Jun Xie felt hazy. Suddenly, something appeared in his realm of consciousness. It seemed to be a spark of distant light. However, it seemed to be moving closer to him. It started to become clearer, brighter, and bigger as it got closer. It finally transformed into a luminescent rainbow-colored pagoda. It seemed extremely brilliant, and kept on rotating within his consciousness. A vivid form of sagely radiance was being emitted out with each of its rotation. Jun Xie continued to stare ahead with bloody eyes even though his limbs were paralyzed, his body numb, and his consciousness slowly dying. He continued to glare at the unusual realm without batting an eye. A gust of a wind blew past him after an undetermined period of time. Jun Xie started to feel cold. The early autumn night is still chilly. Jun Xie realized something as this thought crossed his mind, I can feel the cold. This means that my senses are working again. But, was I not already? He got up and realized that he was covered in cold sweat. His clothes were drenched in his sweat to the point of being uncomfortable. Jun Xie felt as if he was a newborn in this world. Jun Xie had woken up inside Jun Moxie's body. He had tried to support his body by migrating his mind and soul into it. However, Jun Xie had remained Jun Xie. But now, he felt that he had fused into Jun Moxie's body by going through that pain. Now, Jun Xie had become Jun Moxie, the true master of this body. Jun Xie disregarded the messy state of his body, and sat down cross-legged. He then closed his eyes. He pushed his spiritual awareness into his consciousness as he tried to understand something. Jun Xie knew that the extreme pain that he had felt earlier was due to the presence of a small pagoda within his body. However, he realized that the pagoda did something else too. Otherwise, would why he feel so much pain through the simple process of the fusion of soul and flesh? Jun Xie was certain that something else had also happened. He realized that he could only rely on the small pagoda. Also, he would never feel satisfied until he understood what exactly had happened. Jun Xie felt that he could clearly see the pagoda in his consciousness. It was glowing with brilliance of 7 colors, and was rotating atop his consciousness. Jun Xie could clearly see that each of its rotation was in sync with his body's qi and blood flow. It was being synchronized repeatedly in an endless cycle. What's happening here? Jun Xie looked at the pagoda in surprise. He had always been a strong disbeliever. Yet, he felt confused as he realized that the pagoda's capabilities had surpassed the boundaries of common sense. I wonder if I can get closer and take a better look. Jun Xie was still thinking when the small pagoda started to grow bigger in size. Suddenly, the door of the lowest level of the pagoda opened, and a thick white mist emerged out of it. Jun Xie's awareness started to fuse with that white mist. The mist was so thick that it almost looked solid. Jun Xie took a deep breath. He felt as if a sense of calm had taken over him. He felt an utter sense of comfort. Even his soul rose to a level where it wanted to sing happily. He observed his surroundings, and was surprised to realize that he had arrived right in front of the pagoda. He saw 2 words inscribed above his head in an ancient language, Hung Jun Pagoda. He entered the room. He saw it was empty, except for the white mist that floated around him. Suddenly, the thick mist moved, and gathered together to form 2 rows of words, 9-layered exquisite pagoda, first eternal art. The mist then rolled and formed a hazy-looking formula in Jun Xie's awareness. Jun Xie was startled. But then, the characters, symbols, and drawings moved and formed a revolving spiral. Jun Xie felt a vast amount of information entering into his awareness. It felt as if a huge train had entered into a small hut. However, the train continued to rush without causing any damage to the hut. Suddenly, Jun Xie started to feel dizzy. He felt as if his head was going to explode. Then, he fell to the ground. He opened his eyes, and realized that he lay on the same cold spot as before. However, he realized that the cultivation formula still existed in his consciousness. He could also see the diagrams that represented the pathways throughout the human body. The accompanying forms and actions were also present. Jun Xie clenched his fists. His eyes shone brightly as he mumbled aloud, "The art of unlocking heaven's fortune." Jun Xie had realized that he had met with a fortuitous encounter. Moreover, such an encounter was something that was extremely difficult to come across. The art of unlocking heaven's fortune had turned out to be extremely mysterious. Jun Xie was certain that it was far superior to any other art. Moreover, he was sure that the 9-layered exquisite pagoda was an incomparable treasure. Jun Xie was ignorant. However, he had heard of the mythical legend of the great god Hung Jun. This great god is the master of the 3 great sage gods Taishang Dao Jun, or the honored lord of the Dao and its virtue, Yuan Shi Tianzun, or the honored lord of the origin, and Tongtian Jiazhu, or the grand master of heaven. These people were great individuals, and didn't have any equal under the heavens. The abilities of the pagoda were undeniable since it was named after the great god Hung Jun. Jun Xie had an overwhelming desire to practice the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. However, he controlled his urge. He calmed down, and started to inspect his body. He couldn't help but be surprised. The surface of his skin was covered by a thick layer of a muddy liquid. It was black and greenish in color. An unbelievably foul stench was emitting out of it. Suddenly, a name with a legendary origin appeared within his consciousness, Pulp-rending Meridian Cleanser? Can it be that the entirety of my body's impurities have been ejected after I went through that extreme pain? Jun Xie was ecstatic. In fact, he wouldn't have minded another round of such pain if it could have such a miraculous effect. Jun Xie wouldn't be concerned with any amount of pain as long as it had a positive effect on his physical strength. It wasn't a big deal for him to deal with any amount of pain for the benefit of his bodily strength. Any amount of pain was worth it in that case, no matter how unbearable it was. Jun Xie stood up in an excited manner. He ignored the stench emitting out of his body, and started to run towards a pond in his residence. Then, he jumped into the pond without any hesitation. Suddenly, several voices were heard. "Who's it?" He snorted and replied, "Me. Young master is taking a bath. No one is allowed to disturb me." "Ah, it's the young master." No more sounds were heard after that. Grandpa Jun wrinkled his eyebrows in his study. What was that? Butler Pang rushed out to check. He returned after a short while, and bowed. "It's the young master. I've heard that he jumped into the setting moon pond to take a bath." "A bath in the setting moon pond at this hour of the night?" Grandpa Jun became angry. His nose became twisted, and his breath became short. He shouted in a rough tone, "This damned creature!" He then went to sleep. He had been expecting his grandson to turn into a new and better person since the last few days. But, his hopes had been crushed. Now, there was only a feeling of extreme discomfort in his heart. The greater the hopes are, the greater is the disappointment when the hopes shatter. Grandpa Jun wanted to drag Jun Moxie inside, and beat his bottom with a stick until it blossomed like a peachy flower. This ungrateful person would then realize why the flowers were so red. Jun Xie's body floated quietly on the surface of the water. He used his hands and feet to stabilize his body from time to time. This prevented him from sinking in the water. He felt a feeling of comfort washing over his body. Jun Xie had finally got rid of that black-greenish layer from his body. He felt as if he had just stepped out of a sewer. He felt refreshed. However, there was one problem. His physical strength was nowhere close to his past lives even though his soul had fused with this body. However, the state of his physique, muscles, and bones had improved to a shocking level after the washing away of so many impurities from his body. His mouth curled into a smile as this thought crossed his mind. The house guards saw their young master floating on the water surface from afar. He was neither moving nor sinking. Their eyes were wide open in shock. What kind of divine art was the young master practicing? After all, it was impossible for anyone to float on the water's surface like that. One would need at least a minimum of jade-level mystic chi to do that even if one was to utilize his mystic chi. Jun Xie finally came out of the pond. He felt refreshed, but that feeling was soon overshadowed by a sense of exhaustion. It was a big feat that he hadn't fainted in the light of the fact that he had just gone through the painful process of pulp-rending meridian cleanser since the original young master Jun hadn't taken good care of his body. He managed to reach his room owing to his strong will. He then changed into a set of white robes. After that, the young Lolita brought in a bowl of bird's nest soup with a playful smile on her face. One's priority is always strength, no matter the kind of a world one is in. People can survive without having any influence, but they must never be short of personal strength. Jun Xie had never been so wishful of increasing his strength, not even in his past life. Jun Xie had come into this world alone. So, the only thing that could bring him some peace of mind was strength, a strength so powerful that he could hold the life and death of multitudes of people in his hands. Jun Xie was confident that he was the master of the mysterious pagoda. It was going to be his trump card in this new world. He believed that the secrets present in the mysterious pagoda weren't limited to the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. He was certain that there were other secrets inside it. He would surely know about them in the time to come. His inner conviction was also strengthened since the art of unlocking heaven's fortune was proclaimed as the first eternal art. This meant that it wasn't an average technique. Jun Xie recalled the practice methods of the first stage of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, the great overflowing illumination. He then sat down cross-legged on the ground. After that, he entered a peaceful state with his mind and body as one, and started to practice the first stage. Illumination is spread when the divine light is set into movement. Tread upon the spring of immortals to transcend the 9 heavens. The heart becomes a mountain of treasure when the world is within grasp. A soul that undergoes 9 divine refinements may never fall to hell. Surprisingly, Jun Xie felt nothing even after he began to practice the method. He couldn't even feel the slightest bit of qi. However, he didn't feel discouraged. He continued to monitor his body to prevent it from relaxing, and started to practice once again. However, there was no reaction even after he had practiced the methods to regulate his body over 200 times. His meridians had remained inactive from beginning to end. Moreover, his legs had gone numb due to sitting in a cross-legged position for such a long time. It seemed that the capabilities of this body were yet to be developed even though it had gone through the cleaning process. He had even started to feel dizzy. He felt that he could faint anytime. He took another deep breath and cleared his mind. He thought, I don't believe that I can't succeed in forcing out the qi. I'm a master when it comes to being evil. Who can be more evil than I, the evil monarch? This senior will certainly succeed. This senior will never fall before other evils. The other evils must fall before me. I'm the evil monarch. I'm the supreme leader of all evils. He entered into the state of meditation once again. His muscles started to feel strained and stiff after a while. His body refused to obey him. He regulated his body as per the instructions of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune more than 300 times. But, he felt nothing. Jun Xie closed his eyes in an attempt to suppress his exhaustion. He continued to repeat one thing in his mind, one more time, one more time, one more time, more. Jun Xie finally felt a change taking place in the Nuan Palace within his mind after an indefinite period of time. He then felt a little change in his meridians along with a flush of heat. But, it felt very weak and insignificant. One couldn't feel it unless one monitored every part of the body in a constant manner. The flow of the qi was thin to the point of being almost non-existent. But, its presence was truly abnormal. It was something rather peculiar. The one to practice internal arts can manage to practice to the point of feeling the flow of qi. But, it shouldn't have condensed to become a solid existence that flows within one's body. However, Jun Xie had lost himself in his practice to the point of absurdity. So, he couldn't realize it. A 7-hued ray of light rose from the base of a miniature pagoda inside Jun Xie's consciousness as soon as the flow of qi appeared. Then, the pagoda started to rotate in the air slowly. A huge amount of white mist was emitted out with each of its rotations. Countless white threads invisible to the naked eye were formed by the mist around Jun Xie's body as the white mist slowly floated around. The threads then started to penetrate Jun Xie's skin all the way down to his meridians. Jun Xie was in a daze. Neither joy, nor any surprise could be seen on his face. He continued to regulate his body, and practiced. He seemed to be unaware of what had happened. The art of unlocking heaven's fortune was very mysterious. It had been the most superior skill since time immemorial. The path of cultivation had always been an act of defying heaven, if one existed. It was an art which put a person's disposition to the test. It was extremely difficult to practice the beginner part of this art to its extreme. One must come across a huge opportunity in addition to possessing perseverance and a strong willpower. However, one's chances of succeeding in practicing the art were extremely low even if one was to come across an opportunity to practice it. A practitioner with a weak heart would give up if he didn't get any result after practicing the art for 100 times. An ordinary person couldn't withstand this kind of dullness. A person with a weak spirit couldn't have endured it. Jun Xie was one of the rare people even from a cultivator's standpoint who could repeat this routine for over 1,000 times. Even a person with strong perseverance could suffer from the devil's bite or a backlash if his spiritual awareness wasn't strong enough. However, Jun Xie possessed the necessary characteristics required to practice this art. He had always been an unyielding man. He would never change his mind once he had set his eyes on a goal. He was a man with strong perseverance if one considered in a positive context. But, even a brain-dead zombie would never turn back unless he hit a wall. However, Jun Xie was one step ahead. He was the king of zombies. He'd keep hitting the wall until it gave way, and would then continue to advance forward without even looking back. The ideal scenario of finding a person appropriate to practice this art was similar to finding a tortoise which had gone out and bumped into a turtle. And as everyone knows, tortoise and turtle belong to the same family. Jun Xie had the right personality and mindset to practice this art. Moreover, he was extremely lucky. Coming across the Hengjun Pagoda had turned out to be a blessing for him. He wouldn't have started to tread on this path if he hadn't been lucky enough to come across the pagoda. In addition, Jun Xie's spiritual awareness couldn't have been weakened since his soul had transmigrated into Jun Moxie's body. Jun Moxie's physical condition had been restored with the help of the Hengjun Pagoda. Moreover, his spiritual awareness had become stronger. These factors had added up, and had helped Jun Xie to break through the difficult first stage of the art within a single night. This act was unprecedented, it couldn't be repeated again. The Nguyen Palace inside Jun Xie's mind began to throb. It eventually began to follow a regular pattern. Jun Xie's fair skin started to become red as it continued to become hotter. It was already the break of the dawn, the sky had started to become clearer. Jun Xie felt that the qi within his body, similar to a thread of silk, was becoming livelier, and was linking together to form a row. Jun Xie felt a brilliant light coming to life in front of him as all the threads finished joining together. The light was filled with colorful speckles. Jun Xie felt as if the flowers of the entire world had bloomed before his eyes. The afterglow of the 7 colors revolved around him. Suddenly, thunderous roars and lightning burst forth from his head. However, Jun Xie's eyes were closed. All this was occurring within his sense of awareness. This was the first hurdle of the art calm heart. Jun Xie could clearly see the entire atmosphere. However, he remembered that he had closed his eyes since he had started to practice the art. So, he shouldn't have been able to see this imagery, but he was able to. This meant that this was nothing more than an illusion. Jun Xie decided to ignore it as this thought crossed his mind. He continued to practice with an indifferent expression on his face. Boom! There was an explosion in Jun Xie's consciousness like a bomb. Suddenly, his body started to convulse. It seemed as if his body had lost something which had once been a part of it. He spat a mouthful of blood as his soul swayed. He then fainted. His blood had fell on the white sheets on the bed. But, it looked like a black solid substance like charcoal. It didn't flow down the bed. Instead, it remained as it was. Jun Xie fell to the ground. However, his body twitched in a continuous manner. Then, a dark liquid started to exude out of the pores of his skin. It drenched his light-colored robe, and changed its color to black. This was the real effect of the pulp-rending meridian cleanser. His body had previously discharged the impurities of the skin and muscles along with that layer of filth. Now, it was discharging the impurities from his skeleton and inner organs. He had already spat out the impurities of the 5 organs in the form of blood. They were the most difficult part of the human body to cleanse. According to those who cultivate the way of the Dao, Jun Xie was going through the shedding process. This meant that he was now free from the bondages of worldly possessions and desires. He had now entered the path of cultivation. The process of shedding was usually preceded by a long and painful experience. Some people spent months, years, and sometimes decades to reach this stage. Some people spent their entire lives, and still couldn't succeed. However, Jun Xie had been successful in a night's time. This was similar to a miracle. None of the ascetics would have believed this news if it were to spread around. This hadn't happened because of Jun Xie's physical form or spiritual power. The white mist was the reason behind this phenomena. The white mist was the purest form of spiritual qi between the heaven and the earth. However, Jun Xie hadn't yet realized this fact. Jun Xie had been a martial arts expert in his past life. But, he had never come across this realm of cultivation. He considered the so-called cultivations practiced to achieve immortality as senseless. Moreover, he would consider it as a stroke of luck even if he was to realize what had happened to his body. Jun Xie woke up to find himself inside a huge barrel filled with warm water. He realized that a pair of small and soft hands was scrubbing his body. He saw the young maid heir the Lolita in front of him. Her forehead was covered in sweat, her face had become red from the heat. She was holding a small towel in her hands. She panted as she cleaned his body with it. Her lips were pursed up tightly. She looked embarrassed, so much so that she seemed to be on the verge of crying. She was constantly looking upwards unless she needed to scrub a different area of his body. Then, she would again continue to look upwards. The shy expression on this girl's face looks too cute. Suddenly, Jun Xie realized that he was stark naked. He coughed twice in embarrassment, and said, "I'll do it myself." Then, he reached out for the towel in heir's hands. She yelped, and ran while still clutching the towel in her hands. There was a trace of panic in her eyes. She trembled as she spoke, young Master, you're awake." He sighed helplessly and replied, "Wouldn't you be talking to a ghost if I weren't awake?" "Ghost?" She let out another scream. Jun Xie could see the little hair on her face standing up. Her face turned white, as if she had actually seen a ghost. Jun Xie sighed, "Stop screaming. Even if there was a ghost, it wouldn't have been scarier than you. Your performance is worthy of a big applause." Bang! Suddenly, the door of his room was burst open. Then, a stalwart figure walked in. "Moxie, are you awake? What happened?" It was Grandpa Jun. He was accompanied by several bodyguards. Grandpa Jun seemed to be extremely angry. He had just finished lecturing the 36 bodyguards assigned to protect his grandson. Yesterday's incident could be considered as an unfortunate accident. But, how could one guess that it would happen again? Grandpa's Jun temper was almost on the verge of an explosion. "What? Does my Jun family look easy pickings to you? Do you think that we can be bullied in this manner? It seems that this senior will have to display some of his might. How are we going to spend the rest of our days if everyone decides to target my grandson?" It seemed that Grandpa Jun had assumed that his grandson had fainted due to an attempt on his life. Grandpa Jun didn't know that last night's incident had come as a blessing for his grandson. No assassination attempt had taken place. However, he had somehow guessed that the two incidents were related to each other. He had been extremely angry to hear that Jun Moxie had jumped into the setting moon pond. He had woken up startled, with his heart filled with fear. Then, he had received the news that there had been a problem with his grandson. This had ignited his anger further. "I'm all right. All's good. I'm fine." Jun Xie grabbed a towel to hide his crotch in embarrassment. He stood naked in front of several elderly men. His body had been left vulnerable to everyone's eyes. Jun Xie was a thick-skinned person with a calm mind. However, he couldn't accept this. "What are you trying to cover up? Do you need to be so ashamed to show that thing to your grandfather? I still remember the time when you were a baby. I would often carry you in one hand, while my other hand played around with that thing." Jun Zantian's words nearly caused Jun Xie to choke to death. The bodyguards at the back relaxed. But, their faces turned red as they showed restraint. All of them started to breath heavily. Many of them stole glances at the area covered by the young master. Some of them winked and signaled each other, as if they were comparing something. Who was it? Jun Zantian's face fell, it looked as cold as ice. It seemed as if his killing intention had been unleashed. "Hey!" Jun Xie was confused. However, he quickly understood what Grandpa Jun meant. He lowered his head in shame and replied, "I fell before I could see anything. You waste of a boy." Grandpa Jun swore in a voice filled with disappointment. He looked at him once more to ensure that he was fine. After that, he no longer seemed to be in a mood to look at his naked body. His grandson didn't look like a person from a military family with his small physique. Even a young lady's skin couldn't be fairer than his. Humph! This is truly, Grandpa Jun nodded reluctantly, you take rest then. Then, he turned around and departed with the bodyguards. Jun Xie finally heaved a sigh of relief. He put away the towel as he broke out in a cold sweat. The next day, the old duke flew into a temper inside the Golden Imperial Hall. He unleashed a barrage of curses at several lords, ministers, and imperial relatives. He didn't even spare the chief chancellor. He seemed to be exceptionally agitated. He warned that every family would lose one of its members if another attempt was made on his only grandson's life. Jun Zhantian had been silent since the past few years. Therefore, his sudden eruption rendered the entire royal court, including both the civil and military factions, into silence. So, the emperor had to comfort him in person. However, there were a few insensitive people present in the court. The eldest prince's old supporter, the royal Dr. Song Shi, was a newly promoted noble. He had climbed to this position with the help of the eldest prince. However, he didn't know much about this old duke. He contradicted Jun Zhantian with an expectation to be supported by the elder prince in order to get the emperor's support. But, he was bashed by Jun Zhantian, and ended up losing 2 of his teeth. He was left to look like a pig as a result. The eldest prince came forward to persuade Jun Zhantian. But, he went rolling on the floor after he received a kick from Jun Zhantian on his stomach. After that, no one even dared to move. This prompted the emperor to come forward and pacify the old duke. He reassured him that he would personally guarantee third young master Jun's safety. Finally, Jun Zhantian decided to leave with an indignant face. However, he stared furiously at all the supporters of the prince before he left. The legs of the supporters had turned as unsteady as noodles. The old duke had held back his anger for almost 10 years. So, every official of the Golden Imperial Hall was terrified out of their wits when Jun Zhantian had thrown a fit. He had even dared to strike the prince. What else would he not do? The emperor looked at the departing figure of Jun Zhantian. He was the only one who could let out a deep sigh. Jun Zhantian had displayed an imposing might and prestige in the court. However, the emperor was also aware that the old duke was disappointed with his only grandson. He remembered the time when Jun Zhantian had come to him with a proposal of Jun Moxie's marriage with Princess Ling Meng. That was probably the last attempt on Jun Zhantian's part to preserve his bloodline. However, His Majesty had rejected the proposal. Jun Zhantian would never throw such a fit in the Golden Imperial Hall as long as Jun Moxie was alive. He had lost his temper owing to the fact that he couldn't see a future for the Jun family. The Jun family had countless enemies both inside and outside. So, the old duke knew that his grandson won't be spared after he died. Therefore, the old duke had felt no reservations before he had lost his temper. I'll finish whoever tries to hurt my Jun family or my grandson. My family has already been forced to such a degree. What else is there to fear? The Jun family was once the awe-inspiring saint patron of the heavenly sent kingdom. Could they decline into oblivion like this? The emperor let out a sigh as a feeling of regret tugged at his heart. Perhaps back then, the military officials were frightened after they witnessed the old duke's might. A few people had made plans against him in the past. They obviously dropped their plans as soon as they saw the old duke's temper. Even the eldest prince didn't hold anything against Jun Zhantian even though he had been hit by him. Instead, he blamed his old supporter for whatever had happened. Was he blind to not notice the anger and madness of the old duke? However, there were many people who had grievances in their hearts. You old thing, do you think that you'll continue to live forever? The Jun family will become extinct the day you die. However, they could only think along these lines. No one in the Tianxin kingdom had the courage to confront the old duke. Only the royal preceptor Chief Chancellor Li Shang had been silent throughout the proceedings. He smiled and raised his eyebrows after Jun Zhantian had left. The old duke seemed to be quite protective of his useless grandson. So, was Jun Moxie Jun Zhantian's weakness? It was easy to determine this kind of a weakness. A person couldn't be feared if his weakness was revealed, even if he was immensely strong. The palace army captain Meng Ru Fei stood in a corner beside Preceptor Li. He looked at him with a smile on his face. Jun family house. Jun Xie's room. The doors were closed. Little K's face was red with embarrassment. She seemed keen to escape. Are you scared of me? Jun Xie cleaned his naked body. This made no difference to him since the girl had already seen him naked. Why would he care if the little girl did again? Scared? Little K nodded her head. But then, she thought something and quickly said, No, not scared. Jun Xie laughed and got out of the bathtub. He was still naked. Little K covered her eyes and screamed. Jun Xie quickly put on his clothes. He then spoke with a smile, You can open your eyes now, it's all right. Little K secretly peeked from a crack between her fingers. She felt calm when she saw that Jun Xie was now clothed. She then put her hands down. Her face was still a little red, she looked truly lovely. Jun Xie saw her cute face. He couldn't help and reached out to gently pat her head. Little K was surprised. She raised her head and saw that Jun Xie's eyes were filled with warmth. He seemed to be like a big brother looking at his little sister. She started to feel serene, she was no longer fearful. She thought, right now, the young master looks pleasing to the eye. Suddenly, she was startled, how can I even think that? He's still the indecent, defiled, and abhorrent baddie. I'll not allow him to defile my innocence. I'll give my life if he uses force. Her face became alert, and she took a step backwards. Jun Xie was an ace assassin in his past life. He knew the world and its innumerable hardships. Therefore, he easily understood the thoughts of the little girl who stood in front of him. He moaned as he pondered over the disappointing state of the first owner of this body. He was so useless that even his young servant was scared of him. He sighed and said, Your work here is done. You can go now. Little K bowed to him and left the room. She thought, You'll not be able to harm me as long as I stay away from you. Moreover, you'll not be able to catch me with your weak body. Jun Xie went to the window and took a deep breath. He then willed his qi in order to check the current state of his body. Jun Xie had observed a change in himself from the moment he had woken up. However, he hadn't had the time to make a thorough analysis of the situation. So, he was surprised to notice the changes in himself. He noticed that he could see at a much farther distance than before. In fact, he could even see what was happening at a distance of 30 feet. He could even count the number of the legs of the tiny insect crawling on the floor. The entire world had transformed in front of his eyes. He saw the trees and grass as lush green and full of vitality. Jun Xie didn't feel a sting in his eyes as he raised his head to look at the sun for a prolonged period of time. The sun felt to him like a ball of warmth, nothing more. Jun Xie noticed that there was also an improvement in his hearing abilities. Now, he could hear even the faintest sounds made by the bugs rushing about in the grass and the earthworms wriggling on the ground. He had truly started to see the beauty of the world. The world had become alluring to him all of a sudden. Jun Xie had only had such a feeling in his past life when his cultivation in internal arts had broken through into the pre-celestial stage. Still, it hadn't enveloped his entire body. Jun Xie was a transcendent born from heaven and earth. He felt elated. Can it be possible that I've attained the pre-celestial stage with only a night's practice? Isn't it too fast? However, he was disappointed to see the flow of qi within his body. The flow of qi within his body had become lucid. However, it was still weak. Such a qi could only be used to cut vegetables, it certainly couldn't be used in real fights. His qi wouldn't have been so weak if he had stepped into the pre-celestial stage. How could his body perform at such high specs if he hadn't stepped into the pre-celestial stage? Jun Xie guessed that it could have happened owing to the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. His spirits were lifted as this thought crossed his mind. Jun Xie felt stunned as he rolled up his sleeves. Could his body be considered as that of a man's? He had delicate snow-white arms with a tinge of pink. His arms could put a woman to shame. His heart fell apart as he saw himself in the bronze mirror. His facial features looked the same. However, his face had become tenderer than before. Jun Xie loathed these kind of faces. It was the face of a flowery boy. It belonged to a flowery boy with a milky white skin and frail-looking body. Jun Xie felt as if he had seen a ghost. He laughed and muttered, "When I came into this world, my situation was similar to a person who had seen a ghost. I'll not be surprised if something even stranger happens." He had a session of the pulp-rending meridian cleanser the previous night. In fact, he might even have opened a slight gap in the doors of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Then, how could his body be so feeble? Jun Xie re-examined his body with these factors in mind. He was surprised to notice that his muscles and flesh had reorganized to become denser and tougher, even though his exterior looked frail. Even the structure of his body in his past life looked less powerful than its present state. The quality of his body, including the skeleton frames and meridians, had reached an extremely high stage. His present body could be described as blessed. It seemed to be the best body to practice martial arts. No one could guess that the owner of this seemingly frail body could be an ace assassin. So, it was a natural camouflage for Jun Xie. Jun Xie started to feel even more passionate towards his training as these thoughts crossed his mind. He felt a desire to regain his original strength as fast as possible. Something unthinkable happened in the Jun residence during the next month. The well-known debauchee Jun Moxie stayed inside his home for a month. He didn't go out for his hooligan pursuits, or to visit the flowery night lodge, or for cockfighting and hound racing, not even for arson and murder. Instead, he spent his time in his room, or the library. What was most surprising was that he didn't even try to take liberty with the maids. In fact, he had become polite towards the servants. Everyone in the Jun household found these occurrences strange. They felt as if the sun had risen from the west or north or south. It seemed obvious that the sun hadn't risen from the east in the light of their current circumstances. Gracious dear heavens above! Gracious great earth! You've at last opened your eyes to favor us. The third young master is finally showing signs towards becoming a better person. Even Grandpa Jun was relieved to see this. He felt that Jun Moxie was finally making efforts in the direction of the betterment of his personality. Jun Xie was finally successful in reaching the first stage of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. He had also managed to stabilize his cultivation up to an extent. Moreover, he had gathered decent knowledge about the mystic continent. His knowledge about the continent wasn't at par with any historian, but he could be considered a scholar if his knowledge was to be compared with that of the original Jun Moxies. In fact, Jun Xie and the original Jun Moxie were as different as heaven and earth. However, Jun Xie wasn't satisfied about the seven-colored nine-layered pagoda within his consciousness. He was still at its first layer even after a month of hard work. He had been putting himself to test in order to breach its second layer. But, he always ended up suffering a great deal of pain whenever he tried to test the progress within himself. The pain he felt was equivalent to getting stuck by 10 million long needles. This caused an even stronger urge within Jun Xie to reach the second layer. The first layer had provided him with the incredible art of unlocking heaven's fortune. So, he was sure that the second and the third layer had better offerings in store. However, the access was still denied to him. Jun Xie wasn't sure what he could do to make the situation better. He kept on trying, but to no avail. Even a person of Jun Xie's perseverance finally decided to give up. He had seemingly made peace with the fact that he couldn't reach the second layer by ordinary means. He believed that an appropriate opportunity would itself arise for him to walk into the second layer, like it had been in the case of the first stage. It would be futile for him to continue trying until a suitable opportunity arrived. So, he decided to continue practicing the art. After all, the number of attempts didn't make any difference. Meanwhile, Jun Xie's knowledge regarding the mystic qi passed on by the Jun family had increased incredibly. He realized that his present mystic chi and internal strength was almost similar to that in his past life. It could be said that these two chi art existed between the two different classifications. However, a qualitative change occurred and triggered a transformation in the color of chi whenever a mystic chi practitioner made a breakthrough. This reminded Jun Xie of the 5 poisons art that he had encountered in his past life. But, mystic chi didn't contain any poison. Jun Xie practiced the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. So, he looked down upon the so-called mystic chi. But, he had decided to train in mystic chi in order to deceive the public. He managed to reach the 4th level of mystic chi, and decided to stop there. Mystic chi ranged from 1st to 9th levels in mystic continent. It was followed by silver mystic, gold mystic, jade mystic, earth mystic, heaven mystic and spirit mystic. The 1st to 3rd levels were marked by the colors light red, pink red and thick red. The 4th to the 6th levels were marked by the colors light purple, stable purple and thick purple. The 7th to the 9th levels were marked by colors purple black, gray black and dark black. The silver level was marked by the color silver, and the gold by the golden color. The jade level was marked by the green color, and the earth rank by yellow color. The sky rank was marked by blue color. However, the spirit mystic rank was colorless. It was extremely difficult to advance through each of the stages of mystic chi as one had to go through a great deal of pain. It was quite similar to that of internal strength practice of scouring the marrow. Jun Xie could only emit a light purple color of the 4th level mystic chi in his present state. It was a meager outcome when the status of his advancement was kept in view. Jun Xie was in a conversation with Little K since he had nothing else to do. Little K feared him less these days due to his changed behavior in the past few days. She was still fearful of going too close to him. However, she didn't abhor him much, especially his storytelling. The girl would carry an incense pot in Jun Xie's room at the same hour every day, and would listen to his stories attentively. She would blink her eyes as she sat in front of Jun Xie. She followed the characters and emotions of each of the stories. She cheered, laughed, and cried with the characters. And, she felt excited when a handsome prince arrived in the story. Jun Xie once told her the unfortunate story of the Little Mermaid. The little girl was so moved that she burst into tears. In fact, she cried for an entire day. Jun Xie swore to himself that he would never tell tragic stories to women again. Those tears could drown a person to death. One day, Jun Xie was narrating the story of the monkey son being captured in the 8 diagrams furnace to Little K. Little K held an incense pot in her hands, and stood in front of him. She kept on blinking her eyes while she listened to the story. Suddenly, a bodyguard rushed inside and said, Young Master Tang has arrived." "Young Master Tang." Jun Xie raised his head in confusion. He then searched for the memories related to this person in his head. He then said, "Send him in." A meatball started to roll towards him from the courtyard. It shouted as it continued to roll, "Third young master, Brother Moxie, please save me. I'm stuck with a horrible problem." Jun Xie was astounded to see a meatball talk. He eventually understood that it was a man as it came near him. This person didn't seem to have a neck, at least Jun Xie couldn't see one. He had wide shoulders, short and thick arms and thighs, and a round head. The layers of fat in his body moved up and down in the air as he ran, they looked like the raging waves of the Yangtze River. He could be described as an opposite of a bamboo stalk. He didn't look like a human from any angle. He walked in from the door of the courtyard. He kept on wiping his sweat, even though he had only walked a few steps. He seemed extremely tired. This person was the young master of the Tang family. His name was Tang Yuan. The status of this Tang family was at par with the Jun family. Jun Xie thought, he does look like him, but he looks bigger than before. Young Master Tang. What's wrong with you? Why are you screaming for me to save you? Who provoked you this time? Jun Xie held back his laughter as he looked at Jun Moxie's best friend. Young Master Tang looked angry. Bloody grannies! Who else but those slops from the Li and Meng families? He tried to open his eyes in between the thick flesh of his face, and succeeded in opening 2 narrow slits. He continued, "Brother, I was in the 1,000 gold haul from the past 10 days. I've lost 150,000 silver liangs. Third young master, please help me. Otherwise, my old man will beat me to death." Jun Xie was stunned. 150,000 silver liangs. How could you lose so much money? In fact, from where did you get so much money? Tang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. I was winning at first. I had won around 50,000. Why did you continue to play if they weren't letting you win after that? What were you playing to lose so much money for? You've got some guts. Jun Xie stared at him and asked. Tang Yuan didn't dare to counter Jun Xie's point. Instead, he grumbled, "Didn't you lose 100,000 liangs last month? I've only lost a little higher amount than yours, and your. Why are you telling me all these things? Can't your Tang family afford to pay 150,000 liangs for you? Why did you come here yelling?" Jun Xie realized that these kind of people couldn't be judged on the basis of common sense. These people were the typical spendthrift young masters. Would your own father kill you for an amount of 150,000 silver liangs? It's not that you haven't lost such an amount of money before. After I lost all my money, I told them that I'll go home to get some more. Then, Li Bo started to provoke me. He said that everyone was tired, and that they would go away if I didn't stay there. I became angry, and... Tang Yuan looked at Jun Xie with a face filled with regret. Suddenly, Jun Xie started to feel apprehensive, and, what? One can lose his people, but not his face. I pawned my precious jade and sword for 300,000 silver liangs in an impulsive fit. I thought that I would win all my money back. But, I didn't expect, that I would lose it all, Tang Yuan said in a hesitant manner. You said that one can lose his people, but not face. I remember that your father spent a huge amount of money to buy the famed Snowbuster sword for you. That divine weapon can cut iron like mud. That jade was made up of warm jade. Your father had paid 1 million liangs to buy those assets for you. And yet, you pawned them for only 300,000 liangs? No one can make this kind of a loss in a bargain sale. Jun Xie was speechless. This man is a complete rake. I too have rules, you know, but, my mind had become numb. I can't even explain the state of my mind back then, Tang Yuan grumbled. You still have the pledge note, even if you've lost your possessions. So, you can redeem your assets later on. I know that your father loves you a lot. He, at the most, will rebuke you. He won't kill you over this. Moreover, your family has a lot of money. Is this such a serious problem? Jun Xie grunted twice. Nonsense. These 2 items are treasures. How can I not wish to win them back? Tang Yuan replied in an indignant manner. But, you're well aware of my grandpa's rules. You saw it yourself, what I had to endure the last time. 1 layer of my skin had been torn off because of his beating. And yet, you continued to gamble. What did you pawn this time? I know that you possess a lot of precious assets. But, you don't have anything else that was worth 1 million liangs. Jun Xie was an experienced man when it came to the psychology related to gambling. He knew that this fat friend of Jun Moxie wouldn't have been this anxious if he hadn't gambled away something he couldn't recover. Yes. Actually, I didn't have anything valuable on me. So, I pawned my wife. Tang Yuan's face looked full of regret and a desire to end his life. I'm not even married to her yet. Ah! Little Kay gasped and widened her eyes in shock. She stared at Tang Yuan with disgust in her eyes. She thought in her heart, it was difficult enough for the young master to become a better human being, and now this friend of his has arrived. What? You pawned your wife? You pulled your wife into this mess. Jun Xie nearly tumbled off his chair. He felt that he would faint. This was too shocking. It was unthinkable. Tang Yuan's fiancée was the daughter of Sun Changhe, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice. A beauty from a prestigious family had been dragged into the 1,000 Gold Hall. This news would attract an unsurmountable amount of ridicule and laughter if it was to spread. The son of the Minister of State Revenue went gambling, and lost the daughter of the Vice Minister of Justice in a bet. Grandpa Tang would pump out all the fat and oil from this fatty's body and use it as a fuel for the sky lantern if he came to know of this. I didn't drag her there. Tang Yuan was on the verge of crying, but I signed a promissory note, pawning her for 1,000,000 liangs. It was written in black and white. I signed it. Pig, you pig. She was the daughter of the Vice Minister of Justice, and Tang Yuan was the son of the Minister of State Revenue. This incident had the capacity to affect the future and reputation of the two prestigious families. And yet, he had pawned his to-be wife for a mere 1,000,000 liangs. You signed it as well. What happened to the 1,000,000 liangs? I lost them too. Tang Yuan fell to ground, and started to bawl and wail. This caused the ground to tremble a little. They said that they don't need the money or my fiancé. But, they will make the promissory note public if I don't give them around 1,500,000 liangs within 3 hours. Oh my god! Jun Xie was speechless. How did it become 1,500,000 liangs? Wasn't it supposed to be only 1,000,000 liangs? The extra money is the price for granting me 3 hours to get the money. Please save me, third young master. I've nowhere else to go. How can I save you? What made you think that I've such an amount of money? Jun Xie said. Are you serious? I can happily kill a person like you, and you're expecting me to help a gambler like yourself? That's another matter that I don't have this much money with me. But, even if I had this sum of money, I wouldn't have lent it to you. I don't need money from you. Tang Yun's spirits were lifted. He blinked his small eyes and said, You haven't visited the 1,000 Gold Hall in the recent times. So, Li Feng and Meng Haizhou have put forward a condition that they'll return the promissory note to me if I can bring you to gamble a few rounds with them. Do I have such a high level of prestige? Jun Xie shook his head as he thought about the wasteful ways of the original owner of this body. His fame in the gambling halls had transcended all notions of popularity. This is the truth, third young master. Tang Yuan grabbed Jun Xie's arm as he spoke. Jun Xie felt as if his arm had been wrapped in a layer of oil. They promised that they'll hand over the promissory note to me as soon as the third young master enters the 1,000 Gold Hall. They'll not pursue this matter any further. Oh! Did they say that? Jun Xie frowned. His eyes flickered as he gave it a thought. Something felt wrong about the whole situation. This discussion was supposed to be about Tang Yuan losing his wife in a bet. How did he end up becoming a part of it? Some kind of a foul game seemed to be involved in the situation. Was he the target of a conspiracy? Jun Xie was sure that it was a setup. The original Jun Moxie was an idiot. His temper would have blown on hearing about how his brother was bullied. He would have been excited on hearing about how his opponents were giving him such an importance. His presumptuous nature would have led him straight into the trap set up by his enemies. If a trap had truly been laid, then the enemies had full knowledge of Jun Moxie's character. But, why would someone lay such a detailed trap for a useless person like Jun Moxie? This conspiracy was probably meant for Grandpa Jun. It was possible that there was another mastermind behind these people. After all, ordinary people like them wouldn't dare to provoke Grandpa Jun. Jun Xie looked at Tang Yuan as he tried to figure out his role in the conspiracy. Is he a friend or an enemy? He noticed Tang Yuan's fearful expressions. This fatty is an absolute patsy if he isn't pretending. And, he's a great actor if he's pretending to be afraid. In fact, in that case, he's truly an extremely dangerous person, whose real face is hidden behind a mask of fear. Jun Xie started to wonder if he should or shouldn't go to the 1,000 gold hall. However, he reached a decision within a few seconds. He decided that he wouldn't miss out on such an exciting event. Why would he fear about losing with his gambling skills? Moreover, he wouldn't find out the identity of his enemies if he didn't go. Jun Xie didn't believe in letting his enemies plot behind his back. He believed in revealing their identities and killing them. Jun Xie smiled as he secretly circulated the divine art of unlocking heaven's fortune. I'll not lose even if they're great gamblers. It's too easy for me to cheat with this kind of an internal energy at my disposal. Jun Xie seemed to have made up his mind. He turned around and asked Little K, "How many silver bills do we have?" Little K felt both joyous and shameful as she heard the word "we" in Jun Xie's question. Her heart was filled with sweet emotions. She blushed and replied, "If we subtract the money which the old master deducted last time, the silver box holds 120,000 liang silver bills, 30,000 liang gold bills, 300 liang gold leafs, 100 ingots white silver, fragment silver. Enough, that's enough. I'll not be using so much money." Jun Xie stopped Little K as she continued to report Jun Moxie's wealth in detail. She would have even stated the number of copper coins in Jun Moxie's possession if she hadn't been stopped. "Get 50,000 silver liang bills, and arrange a dozen pieces of fragment silver," Jun Xie said. Tang Yuan jumped up. He cried, "This amount is very less. It won't be enough. Brother, third young master, this amount won't cover even a fraction of my debt. Are you trying to send me to my death? I'm begging you. Brother Tang, didn't you say that the promissory note will be returned to you as soon as I enter the 1,000 gold hall? I'm going there to gamble, not to give them money. Why do you want me to take so much money with me? Wouldn't it become taxing for me? Don't you have faith in my unmatched gambling skills?" Jun Xie replied. "Your unmatched gambling skills?" Tang Yuan's foolish eyes became round in surprise. This wasn't an ordinary feat for him. His mouth twitched. He would have burst out laughing if his mind wasn't filled with dread and fear. He mumbled to himself, "I never happened to see you winning with your unmatched gambling skills. Your skills are certainly unmatched, but they're probably your losing skills. It doesn't matter. Everything will be fine as long as you come with me. I won't be fearful of anything, as long as I get the promissory note. Son of a bit *h. How could I lose my mind as far as pawning my own wife? This is really a strange matter. In fact, it's wise to take less money. At least, the losses will be limited in that case." Jun Xie kept the bills in his clothes. He then commanded to prepare a couple of horses. Tang Yuan had become extremely impatient and frightened. He rotated his small eyes as he rolled all the way to the door. "Third young master, please hurry up. Everything will be over if we bump into your grandpa. You've no idea how much pressure I've to go through, whenever I come to visit you." Tang Yuan sighed. Jun Xie laughed as he mounted his horse, "But today, you don't seem to be scared." Tang Yuan's horse neighed and trembled as he mounted it. Its hooves were almost bent to the ground. It could only stand up after it had put in a lot of effort. The horse seemed to be wondering, "I've carried a large number of people in the past. I've ran while carrying generals along with their armors. But, why can't I carry this person? I can lose my front hoof with a slight miscalculation." Jun Xie couldn't help but laugh out loud. He then started to ride his horse. 8 bodyguards with sturdy physiques followed him. Tang Yuan's horse also started to move with great difficulty. It neighed loudly as it caught up with Jun Xie. They finally arrived at the Easterly Wind Street. It was the most extravagant street in the entire Heavenly Scent City. The street was filled with people, and was bustling with activities. Tang Yuan took the lead without any consideration of the state of his horse. He kept on looking back with a worried expression on his face. He seemed concerned since Jun Xie was moving a bit too slow. A restaurant named 1000 Miles Fragrance Restaurant was located on the north after crossing the easterly Wind Street. It belonged to the Li family. There was a huge unused courtyard behind the restaurant. This was the place which was known as the 1000 Gold Hall. This was the place where the young masters of noble families spent huge amounts of money. There was no limit on betting in this place. One could bet whatever one wanted. Jun Xie was about to enter the place when a few people appeared from the side of the road. They seemed to be following a young woman. The woman shouted as she advanced forward, "Stop following me! You're irritating me to death." One of the fellows was trying to persuade her while following her. 8 bodyguards were closely following behind them. The woman seemed to belong to a wealthy family. Jun Xie looked at the young woman. She seemed to be pouting. However, she was good-looking. Suddenly, the angry woman's eyes fell on Jun Xie as he was in the midst of staring her. She shouted, "You lecher! What are you looking at?" The young woman had decided to take out her anger on the notorious playboy Jun Moxie. Suddenly, a memory from Jun Xie's past life flashed before his eyes. He was startled. He had also been wandering around the main street in his past life when he had seen her. She was so beautiful that he had to turn around to take a second glance at her. That young woman had also been angry. She had also shouted at him, "What are you staring at? You rascal, haven't you seen a beautiful woman before?" Who knew that they would become acquaintances in the future? Jun Xie was an ace assassin. Therefore, he always made sure to avoid as many troubles as possible. Now, both of them had been separated by 2 worlds. Jun Xie started to feel melancholic as this thought crossed his mind. Jun Xie felt warm in his heart since this young woman had reminded him of his past life. He said, "You look familiar. Have we met before?" The young woman clenched her teeth in frustration. She glared at Jun Xie and said, "You useless person! I know who you are. 3rd younger master, what new tricks do you have up your sleeve? Are you playing the game of the first encounter?" So, I do know her." Jun Xie started to search for memories related to this woman in his mind. He then laughed and spoke in an embarrassed tone, "Miss Dugu, it's our fate that we know each other." "This is fate? What kind of a madness is this?" Miss Dugu was dumbfounded. She stared at Jun Xie with dismayed eyes. One of her female bodyguards couldn't control her laughter, and burst out laughing. In the meantime, Tang Yuan had returned to locate Jun Xie after having noticed his absence behind him. He too had heard Jun Xie's words. He couldn't help but admire him. 3rd Master Jun was truly a professional when it came to courting women. Moreover, his guts were worthy of being praised. Not many people could dare to speak in such a manner in front of the most irrational woman of the heavenly sent kingdom. Dugu Xiaoi stared at Jun Xie with fierce eyes. She then said, "Have you forgotten the last beating that you received from me? As you can see, I'm already not in a fine mood today. I can help you in getting rid of your bones, if you want." Jun Xie was startled. He finally recalled that this woman Dugu Xiaoi was the biggest terror in Jun Moxie's life. He had been beaten up by this woman in the past because of some action of his. The beating had been so severe that it had taken him nearly a fortnight to get off his bed. "Miss Dugu, I hope you're doing fine." I wanted to say that this little brother has some important matter to take care of. So, I'll take my leave. I'll see you later." Jun Xie tried to leave the place as soon as possible. The young lady seemed as if she was about to pounce on him and give him a good beating. According to Jun Xie's memories, the young woman had great fighting abilities even though she was extremely young. She could easily defeat not one, but several Jun Moxies with her skills. Jun Xie wasn't scared of her. But, it was important for him to conceal his true strength at this point of time. Moreover, he believed in playing safe. Good guys don't beat up women. Stop! Dugu Xiaoi held her head high, and looked at Jun Xie in an arrogant manner. "Where are you going? Are you planning any mischief? You've bumped into me. So, you can forget about your mischievous plans. Come here. Let me vent out my anger on you. Then, I'll let you go. Tang Yuan was perspiring like a pig. He stomped his feet and thought, Third young master, people change their paths rather than coming face to face with this woman. Why did you have to provoke her? It's true that she's beautiful. But, she's isn't as important as your life. An idea crossed Jun Xie's mind as he looked at the arrogant face of the woman standing in front of him. He whispered in a secretive tone, Miss Dugu, it's inappropriate for girls to visit the place that we're going to. What? Are you going to a brothel? Dugu Xiaoi had spoken these words without any hesitation. She was clearly an extremely bold woman. She let out a cold sigh as she stared at the two men with contempt in her eyes. You filthy people! Jun Xie pretended as if he was shocked. His face looked as if he had been wronged. He said, Who said that we're going to a brothel? Not everyone's like you. He continued, We're going to the 1,000 Gold Hall, to gamble. Suddenly, he realized that he had spoken too much. So, he quickly shut his mouth. Going to 1,000 Gold Hall for gambling. Dugu Xiaoi lost her temper as she heard the first part of Jun Xie's reply. However, her eyes lit up as she heard the latter part. She squinted her eyes and smiled. I've never been there. Will you take me with you? She had spoken these words in a dominating voice, which hadn't left any room for a refusal from Jun Xie's side. The way that woman had jumped from one thought to the other was really admirable. Miss. One of Dugu Xiaoi's female bodyguards tugged at her sleeve in an attempt to discourage her. She couldn't be blamed for trying to stop Miss Dugu from visiting a place where two of the most notorious men of the heavenly sent city were headed. She was the most prized person of her family. How could she hang out with two hooligans like them? However, Dugu Xiaoi didn't seem to care about anything. She said in an excited manner, Don't worry. These two brothers of mine never get tired of talking about the 1,000 Gold Hall. So, there should be something special about that place. Why shouldn't I go and check it out myself? She then grabbed Jun Xie's ear and said, Take me there. I'll let you go then. Jun Xie let her hold his ear even though he could have easily avoided her. He pretended that he was going through a lot of pain as she kept on holding his ear while moving forward. Jun Xie's bodyguards looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Then, they started to follow them. Dugu Xiaoi's bodyguards also followed them as they didn't seem to have any other choice. All the 16 bodyguards had been stuck in the same situation. No one among them was in a position to do anything but restrain themselves. Jun Xie's bodyguards were blaming the Dugu family, and vice versa. Tang Yuan sighed. He thought, How did we manage to cross our paths with a tigress? If she sees the promissory note, he shivered, then she'll spread this news in the entire city within a span of few hours. All the important people in the kingdom will come to know about it within 2 days. Then, I'll be left with no other choice, but to end my life on my own. They finally arrived at the 1,000-mile fragrance restaurant. They crossed the outer courtyard, and then entered the huge courtyard at the back of the restaurant. Tang Yuan quickly rushed inside and shouted, Third young master Jun is here. Give it to me quickly. Give it to me. 6 youngsters appeared at the doorway, all of them were laughing. They were about to say something when they noticed Dugu Xiaoi approach them while holding Jun Moxie's ear. Their expressions changed, and their faces became as pale as the earth. Only 2 families were neutral regarding the prince's fight over the throne. One was the Jun family, and the other was the Dugu family. Both these families held an important position in the court and military circles. Dugu Xiaoi was the only daughter of the Dugu family. She had 7 brothers. She had been greatly pampered as she was the only daughter of the family. So, she had become spoiled and conceited. However, she was extremely skilled. Her level of cultivation in mystic chi had reached a superior level even though she was very young. Moreover, she was blessed with a great sense of justice. She was famous throughout Heavenly Sent City, and was known as the nemesis of debauchees. All the young masters present in the 1,000 Gold Hall had had a bitter experience with her in the past. It was believed that her grandfather Dugu Zongheng was an efficient mystic chi expert who had reached the heaven mystic rank. He was the only person in the entire kingdom who had the capabilities to challenge Jun Zhangtian of the Jun family. He was also a Grand Duke. Dugu Xiaoai's father Dugu Wudi and 3 uncles were great generals in the kingdom. Moreover, her 7 brothers were serving in the military. Therefore, the might of the Dugu family was only slightly behind the present Jun families. The members of the Dugu family were extremely protective towards Dugu Xiaoai, especially her father Dugu Wudi. In fact, he had become overprotective of his daughter. Therefore, he had been labeled as the tough meat of the kingdom. He would mobilize his entire army if anyone so much as bullied his daughter. In fact, that tough meat mobilized his entire army at the slightest cue. Who would dare to provoke such a person? Dugu Xiaoai had beaten up Jun Moxie even though he was under the protection of Jun Zhangtian. This didn't mean that Grandpa Jun couldn't oppose Great General Dugu Wudi. However, he knew that Grandfather Dugu would interfere in case he mobilized his own army. After all, Great General Dugu Wudi had inherited his overprotective nature from his own father. Therefore, Jun Xie feared Dugu Xiaoai the most, second only to Grandpa Jun. In fact, he sometimes feared Dugu Xiaoai even more than Grandpa Jun. After all, his grandpa would never hurt him physically. He at the most would preach him boring lessons. Dugu Xiaoai on the other hand had no such reservations. Jun Moxie was always at the risk of getting thrashed by her sometimes for no reason at all. Even a person of Jun Moxie's background couldn't dare to provoke Dugu Xiaoai. So, the other people obviously didn't stand any chance in front of her. But now, the precious princess of the Dugu family had walked in the 1,000 Gold Hall by herself. Jun Xie tilted his head to one side, and pointed his finger at Dugu Xiaoai's hand tugging at his ear. He said, "I couldn't help it. Look at me. Can I do anything about this? All of you can go ahead if you have any brilliant ideas. But, please, keep me out of it. What's wrong with you people? Are you not going to welcome me? Do you think that I haven't got any money to gamble?" Dugu Xiaoai started at them. She then pulled out her purse, and shook it. She raised her eyebrows and said, "I've lots of money." That entire group of the debauchees was so scared that they were on the verge of soiling their pants. "You do have a lot of money. But, who has the guts to win your money? Anyone who wins against you will be visited by your grandfather and his army in order to recollect your debts. And, that's the best thing that can happen to that person. But, what about the bad scenarios? What if your grandfather is in a bad mood? What if he decides to visit this place? Then, we're as good as dead." A fiery light flashed in Tang Yuan's eyes. He didn't seem to care about the condition of the rest of the people. He said, "Let's not worry about irrelevant things. I've kept my promise of bringing third young Master Jun to this place, and he's not going to run away now. So, please return my item to me. You people gave your word to me. A man who can't keep his promise can't be considered as a real man. Only a man of word has the right to stand between the heaven and earth." Even someone as calm as Jun Xie felt like puking after he heard Tang Yuan's words. "Are you saying that you're a real man? Please don't degrade the worth of real men." Only one person among the 6 young men had been able to maintain his calm. He was Li Feng, the grandson of the Grand Preceptor Li Shang. His 2 brothers Li Zhen and Li Lin also stood behind him. Meng Haizu, a slim-looking young man with a thin mustache and deep eyes, stood further behind them. He was the eldest son of the Minister of Personnel Meng Jianghu. He was known to be a person of great talent. 2 more members of the Meng family stood behind him. They were Meng Liang and Meng Fei. Li Feng smiled and said, "Miss Dugu is personally visiting this place. How can I not welcome her?" He then turned around and issued an order, serve Miss Dugu in the best possible way. I'll peel off your skin if you displease her in any manner. Then, he looked at Meng Haizu and blinked. Third young Master Jun is here. So, let's conclude our joke. Look at young Master Tang. Look how anxious he is. He's sweating from head to toe. Only a man of word has the right to stand between heaven and earth. How can we not keep our word? Give him that item. Meng Haizu nodded and looked at Tang Yuan. Young Master Tang, I'm ready to give you the item. But, I can't compromise on the 1,500,000 silver liang. Tang Yuan nodded. He had gone there to collect the promissory note. He had been so occupied with its thought that he hadn't given a thought to the 1.5 million silver liang, even though it was a huge amount of money. Jun Xie sneered in his heart. It was evident that Tang Yuan was extremely scared. However, Li Feng and Meng Haizu weren't as fearless as they seemed. They wouldn't have dared to publish the contents of the promissory note even if Tang Yuan hadn't brought Jun Moxie to the 1,000 gold hall. They knew that making the note public would have invited the wrath of both the Tang and Sun families. They would have ended up becoming the blood enemies of both these families. It would have been a complete disaster. Therefore, this matter wasn't as serious as it seemed. The only objective behind creating this scene was to get access to Jun Moxie. However, these serious repercussions would cease to exist as soon as the promissory note landed in Tang Yuan's hands. Then, they would start spreading rumors about the note in order to strike at the Tang family. Jun Xie could clearly foresee the entire situation. What kind of an item can make young Master Tang so uptight? Let me see it with my own eyes. This is going to be an eye-opening experience for me. Dugu Xiaoai seemed extremely curious about the whole matter. She stretched out her small hand as she saw Tang Yuan's relieved expression after he had received the note. Tang Yuan's face became pale. He shoved the piece of paper in his mouth. He chewed it a couple of times and swallowed it. He then smacked his lips with an innocent expression on his face. He had done this with a lightning speed. His fat neck had been stretched out like a giraffe's as he had swallowed the paper. Bloody! Fatty, how dare you mess with me? You certainly have some guts. Dugu Xiaoai rushed towards Tang Yuan in an angry manner. She grabbed his collar and lifted up his 250 kilograms of body in the air. She then shouted, "Spit it out!" Jun Xie and the other youth's eyebrows twitched as they saw this scene with slanted eyes. Their lips became blue and crooked, and their faces turned white. Miss Dugu, it's nothing, really. It all started from third young Master Jun. We were missing him a lot ever since he had been grounded by his grandfather. We wrote coming or not on a piece of paper. We had a bet that I'll have to eat the paper if third young Master Jun didn't come, and young Master Tang was supposed to eat the paper if he came. That's the only matter. Master Tang is a real man, a man true to his word, ha ha ha. Meng Haizu laughed as he explained. He had made up a story on the spot, he truly had some talent. This matter would have blown out of proportion if Tang Yuan had been made to spit out the paper, and if it had fallen into the hands of Dugu Xiaoai. Jun Xie raised an eyebrow. He looked at Meng Haizu and thought, this man came up with such a believable excuse in such a short period of time. Moreover, he spoke with a straight face and a steady heart. He's an exceptional talent. He has guts, rational thinking, and the ability to act on his thoughts. Jun Xie for a short moment had wanted Tang Yuan to spit out the paper. He wanted to see this entire matter turning into a huge storm. But, Tang Yuan was Jun Moxie's best friend, even though he was a useless person. Moreover, Jun Xie was confident that he could easily win among this group of debauchees. So, he had finally given up on the idea. But, I wanted to. I really wanted to, sigh. Dugu Xiaoai looked at the youngsters with a skeptical look in her eyes as all of them started to nod like chickens pecking on rice. That's true. That's what had happened, everyone said in unison. She then released Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan's face had become purple as he had been suspended in the air by his neck. He issued a series of retching sounds as Dugu Xiaoai loosened her grip on his collar. He had refrained himself from breathing since he was fearful that he might end up coughing out the paper. "Dear guests, please come inside," Li Feng, the owner of the place, said. Jun Xie smiled and marched inside the place with an arrogant and domineering look on his face. He sat down on a chair and propped up his legs on the table. He looked like a typical rogue with a degenerated attitude. Dugu Xiaoai frowned. She felt like kicking Jun Moxie. "Haven't you guys been missing me? I was also missing you, your money. So, how do you want to play?" Jun Xie gave a wicked smile and said. "The third young master Jun is very straightforward," Meng Haizu praised Jun Moxie. "Your heroism goes beyond the heavens, as is expected from the third young master of the Jun family. You're just like your grandfather, just the way he was in his heroic days." His tone was dripping with sarcasm. However, the original Jun Moxie wouldn't have been able to understand it. Meng Haizu looked at Tang Yuan and said, "We were playing a game of dice with young Master Tang. But, he wasn't able to continue the game. How about resuming the game of dice? Is the third young Master Jun game for it?" Tang Yuan's face became red as he heard these words. However, he didn't say anything. "A game of dice?" Jun Xie exclaimed, "Why would I fear a game of dice?" He thought, "They're trying to provoke me again." The original Jun Moxie would have easily fallen for something like this if he had heard these words. "I'm up for it." Dugu Xiaoai spoke up in an excited tone. A confused expression appeared on Meng Haizu's face as he heard her voice. "Hurry up! Serve tea to the guests," Li Feng ordered hurriedly. Several cups of tea immediately arrived, and were placed in front of the guests. Tang Yuan gulped down the contents of his cup in one go. He then wiped his mouth and said, "Third young Master Jun, your brother is counting on you. You must help me in venting out my anger." Jun Xie laughed in an overwhelming manner, and reached for his cup of tea. Meanwhile, he looked at the faces present at the table. He became suspicious as he noticed the delighted faces of Li Feng and Meng Haizu. He brought the cup of tea close to his nose. He then sniffed it, and slammed it on the table. "Is this the quality of tea that you serve to your customers? It's very disappointing." A sniff of the tea was enough for Jun Xie to detect the presence of a drug in it. The aroma of the tea was similar to that of opium. A person's state of mind would be hugely affected once they had consumed this drug. However, the drug may not have an adverse effect on one's body. Jun Xie noticed that the color of Meng Haizu's robe was extremely bright, and it was embroidered in a disorderly fashion. Moreover, a strange smell was emanating out of it. Jun Xie understood that Meng Haizu's clothing coupled with his scent and the drug could lead a person to lose his or her mind. There seemed to be a problem with Meng Haizu's clothing and the tea. They all seemed to be connected. It was clear that there was an extremely skilled pharmacist behind these men. Jun Xie now understood the reason behind Tang Yuan's extreme steps. He understood why Tang Yuan had pawned his wife. Jun Xie looked at Dugu Xiaoai's teacup and realized that it hadn't been contaminated with drugs. Jun Xie understood that Li Feng and Meng Haizu didn't wish to provoke the Dugu family. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up! Bring another cup of tea for the third young Master Jun," Li Feng shouted as he saw Jun Xie discard his cup of tea. "Don't bother. I'm here to gamble, not to drink tea. I don't need to come here to enjoy a cup of tea. So, there's no need to replace it." Jun Xie then raised his head and gulped down the entire cup in one go. "Now, hurry up, and start playing. I'm getting impatient." Li Feng and Meng Haizu's faces brightened up. "As you say, third young Master Jun." Then, they ordered a servant to lead their way. They soon entered into a vast empty hall. The only furniture inside that huge hall was a stone table and a dozen of chairs. Jun Xie and the others hadn't come across a single person on their way to this hall. It seemed that Li Feng had cancelled the entirety of his business activities in order to deal with Jun Moxie. Jun Xie had sneezed on his way to this place, and had sprayed all his saliva on Tang Yuan's clothes. Tang Yuan had shouted, and quickly wiped the saliva from his clothes. Then, Jun Xie had rubbed his nose and had spat out some more saliva with a pay sound. It's strange. Why am I feeling so dizzy? I'm also feeling like sneezing a lot. Li Feng and Meng Haizu looked at each other and smiled. The medicine has started to show its effects, ha 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 ha. The Grand Preceptor's residence. The Grand Preceptor Li Shang was leaning on a couch, his eyes were half closed. He was listening to a melodious song of a singer from behind the curtain. He smiled and asked, "Why did you leave this job in the hands of such incapable wastrels? We'll miss out on a grand opportunity in case they make any mistake. That useless fellow Jun Moxie is good for nothing. But, we can't afford to provoke his grandfather Jun Zhantian. It'll become a problem for us if he finds out about it." He was speaking in a soft tone. However, his words were dripping with admonition. He seemed to be assured and confident about the person sitting in front of him. A white-robed handsome young man sat before him. He had a tall stature with red lips, white teeth, and delicate features. He sat still like a mountain, without any hurried movements. His whole persona was exuding a noble elegance. He smiled as he heard the question, and replied, "This grandchild feels a lot of admiration for grandfather. You're always very careful about every little detail. But, Jun Moxie is just a debauchee. We would be giving him too much importance if we send capable people to deal with him. We're very well aware of his character. So, it doesn't matter if we fail now. We'll get more opportunities in the future. We don't need to give it much thought. Moreover, it'll look unusual for capable people to acquaint themselves with a useless person like Jun Moxie. This would expose our plan, and we would end up losing this opportunity. It's true that Jun Moxie is a debauchee. But, he holds himself in very high esteem. Our plan would have backfired if we had sent capable people with numerous resources at their disposal to deal with him." His words revealed a trace of irony. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Li Feng and Li Zhen are useless fellows. But, their standard is similar to Jun Moxie's. The phrase "everyone has their own advantages" proves to be true in this situation. It's only wise to use debauches in order to deal with a debauchee, that too a useless debauchee like Jun Moxie. We may even get a pleasant surprise with the two of them dealing with him. Even a stupid person like Jun Moxie wouldn't have fallen for our plan if we had sent our core members to deal with him. Besides this, ha ha ha," he laughed. He didn't need to say anything else. It was clear what he meant: no one uses meat in order to slaughter a chicken. An expert should only be expected to deal with an expert. A good blade should be used for something which is worthy of it. An expert would feel insulted if he was sent to deal with a useless and defenseless person. If a performer was to sing White Snow in early spring in front of a butcher, then not only the performer would feel perplexed, even the butcher would start feeling drowsy. Li Shang looked at his eldest grandson Li Yuan with admiration. "Well said." He seemed satisfied with his explanation. Li Yuan was the best prospect in the young generation in Li family. He was perfect in terms of gestures, speech, expressions, and leadership style. Moreover, he was extremely resourceful. He was also a genius in the mystic qi cultivation, and had reached the gold level at the young age of 25. His speed of cultivation was the highest in the heavenly sent kingdom. However, his most valuable asset was his calm and steady mind. He was neither cocky nor hot-headed. He believed in maintaining an extremely low-key style. Moreover, he was great at devising ingenious strategies. He was capable of devising strategies that enabled him to win a deal while sitting at a distance of thousands of kilometers, even though he was very young. Even Li Shang wouldn't have been able to match his abilities at his age. Li Shang was extremely proud of his eldest grandson. He knew that it was important for Li Yuan to take the lead in the family in order to make the Li family soar to newer heights. Li Yuan never underestimated anyone. This was probably the best trait of his personality. He analyzed each and every aspect of a plan while implementing it. He analyzed every single aspect of a person while dealing with him or her. He always maintained an indifferent attitude, even while dealing with a person like Jun Moxie. He never at any point of time showed even a little ridicule while discussing about him. Such a person was born to be a leader, irrespective of where he was placed. This strategy sounds good. But, we shouldn't take any chances. We should remove the possibility of any what if that may arise. It'll be the best situation, if we succeed in our first attempt. Both of them believed that Jun Moxie couldn't escape their trap. After all, it was Li Yuan's brilliant plan which had gone through Tang Yuan. In fact, they'd know that something wasn't right if Jun Moxie somehow escaped this trap. But, they would enter the second phase of their planning if Jun Moxie fell for that plan. After that, Jun Moxie would never be able to escape. Jun Zhangtian may have refused to serve them at this moment. But, he'd certainly break down because of his useless grandson. And, their purpose would be served in that case since Jun Zhangtian wouldn't pose any threat to them. What if? Li Yuan frowned as he reconsidered every little detail of his plan. He shook his head and said, I don't think there are any other possibilities. Don't forget that I've included Meng Haizu in my plan. I know that he isn't a big talent, but he's enough to deal with someone like Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie can't escape my trap this time. What will happen if he manages to escape your trap? Li Shang asked in a joking tone. What if he manages to escape? Li Yuan seemed lost in thoughts. He then started to laugh. After that, he looked at the door and said, if he manages to escape, then he's not Jun Moxie. Li Yuan had a perfect plan against Jun Moxie. He had carefully studied Jun Moxie's character while formulating his strategy, and hadn't left any loophole in his planning. So, his plan was a guaranteed success. However, Jun Moxie was no longer the target of his plan, it was Jun Xie. Therefore, an unexpected error had appeared in Yuran's planning. Could Yuran's plan still proceed as he had expected? The 1,000 gold haul. Everyone was seated. Li Feng asked, shall we start the bet with third young master Jun's usual amount 1,000 liang? Or should we increase it? Start with 1,000 liang. Dugu Xiaoai was shocked. Her face had turned red. You guys are going to start betting with such a big amount? Dugu Xiaoai was only carrying an amount of 100 liang in her purse. She hadn't expected the bet to start from 1,000 liang. After all, she was the only daughter of the Dugu family. So, all her needs and necessities were taken care of by her servants. All she ever bought for herself was some silver and gold jewelry, that too occasionally. Therefore, she didn't have any idea about the money needed to bet in the 1,000 gold haul. 1,000 liang wasn't an extraordinary amount. However, 1,000 silver liang weighed around dozens of kilograms. No one could wonder about carrying such a huge weight in one's pockets. Therefore, everyone used bills. 1,000 liangs? No, it would take too long. I don't have so much time to waste. Let's start the bet with 10,000 liang with no upper limit. I've plenty of money. This small amount of money isn't worth it, Jun Xie laughed and said. Tang Yuan was shocked. Third young master, 1,000 liang isn't an ordinary amount of money. Tang Yuan knew that Jun Moxie was only carrying 50,000 liang with him. This money would soon vanish if he started the bet with 10,000 liang. However, he soon realized that it was better to be done with it as soon as possible. After all, he had already lost a huge amount of money a while back. Moreover, he had already recovered the promissory note. So, he didn't want to push Jun Moxie to a dangerous spot. He thought that it wouldn't be a big deal to lose 50,000 liang. So, he decided not to interfere in this matter. The third young master is a very forthright person. The game of dice is my favorite. One has to rely on one's luck in order to win this game. Moreover, both the sides can clearly see the result of the roll. So, it's fair and reasonable, Meng Haizu laughed and said. Stop this nonsense now. Tell me, what are the rules of the game? The higher value wins or the smaller? Or are we guessing the values? Jun Xie asked in an impatient manner. His eyes seemed slightly red. It seemed as if the drug had started to show its effect. It seemed that the time was about to come. Meng Haizhu noticed Jun Xie's eyes. He then said, "We can bet either on higher or on smaller scores. What do you think?" Jun Xie nodded. Call. The first step for the people participating in the game of dice was that they would take out the required number of silver bills. Then, they would roll the dice. The person with the highest dice roll would become the banker. The number of dice to be used in the game varied according to the number of people participating in the game. 7 dice were used if 7 people were participating in the game. Similarly, 6 dice were used if 6 people were participating. Finally, the winner became the banker in the last round. Only Jun Xie, Meng Haizhu, Li Feng, and Li Zhen were playing the game of dice now. Tang Yuan had already lost a lot of money, and Dugu Xiaoai wasn't carrying enough money. Even the emperor couldn't play without money, then how could she? She sat on the side and watched them play. Her face was flushed red with shame. Suddenly, a bright idea crossed Jun Xie's mind. He decided to take advantage of a powerful backer like Dugu Xiaoai. He said, "Miss Dugu is a woman. So, she can't join us in the game. Why don't Miss Dugu play across the board?" Dugu Xiaoai's eyes lit up with excitement. "What's that? Playing across the board means making an outside bet. So, one can make a bet without participating in the game. For example, you can bet 5 silver liang on me. Both of us will lose our money if I lose the game. But, if I win the game, then your returns and interest amount will add up to 10 liang," Jun Xie explained. "That's all right." Dugu Xiaoai's spirits seemed to have lifted. She said, "So, I'll bet 5 liang on you in the first round." Jun Xie laughed. "A beauty like you is betting on me. My luck won't betray me now." Li Feng sneered in his heart as he saw this. "Laugh as much as you want. But, be ready to cry soon." Everyone except Jun Xie had thrown their dice. Meng Haizhu was currently leading the score. One of his dice showed 6, and the others showed 5. The total score had become 16 as a result. This score was quite high. The only way to beat him was to get at least 17 points. Li Feng looked exulted. It would be extremely easy to control Jun Moxie as long as Meng Haizhu remained the banker. They wanted Jun Moxie to keep losing until he lost even his clothes. Their plan would start working as soon as he became mad owing to his loss. Jun Xie smiled as he held the 3 dice in his hand. However, he was cursing in his heart. He knew that the dice had also been tempered along with his tea. They seemed to be filled with something else other than lead as their balance felt wrong to him. The dice weren't weighing to one side. This meant that the dice weren't filled with lead. Jun Xie understood that the dice were filled with mercury as they were uniform in weight. Only the person familiar with these kind of dice could roll out his desired score. An average person couldn't do anything about it even if he knew that he had been cheated. However, Jun Xie exhaled a long breath. He then twisted his wrist and tossed the dice into the dice cup. The dice collided with the cup with a loud sound. Simultaneously, Jun Xie placed his right hand on the table and issued a thin strand of qi as thin as a needle towards the dice cup. Everyone's eyes were widened in shock as they saw the dice rolling in the cup. The dice kept on rolling for a short while before coming to a stop. "How's it possible?" Li Zhen cried out. He looked depressed. Meng Haizhu and his group let out a sigh. However, Tang Yuan was cheering, laughing, and dancing. The 3 dice rolled by Jun Xie displayed the scores of 6, 5, and another 6. His score was 1 point higher than Meng Haizhu's. Meng Haizhu and his group looked at Jun Xie in shock. This bastard must have stepped on some lucky dog poop today. Jun Xie cried out in excitement, "Miss Dugu's luck is working. Your presence has led to my fortune." There'll be a bloodbath today. He then picked up the dice cup and shook it. Put down your bet, do it quickly. He looked extremely impatient. Jun Xie then slammed the cup on the table. His right hand was still placed on the table. There was a strained look on his face. However, his internal energy had already reached the cup. Li Feng and the rest of the group turned their heads to look at Meng Haizu since he was the most accomplished gambler amongst them. He was extremely proficient in listening to the dice's movements, especially if he had prepared the dice himself. Everyone at the table except Tang Yuan and Dugu Xiaoai were desperate to see Jun Moxie lose right down to his last piece of clothing. Meng Haizu pondered for a while with closed eyes. He then opened his eyes and said in a confident manner, "Hi." Then, he placed 50,000 worth of silver bills on the big section. Li Feng and the rest of the group followed his lead. Their faces showed traces of excitement and curiosity about what was going to happen. Tang Yuan was shocked. He knew that Jun Moxie was only carrying an amount of 50,000 liang with him. He wouldn't be able to pay the money back to everyone in case he lost this round. The dice turned over in the cup as Jun Xie's internal energy moved. Jun Xie then shouted, "All the bets have been decided now. So, I'm opening the cup." He then opened the dice cup. One of the dice had scored 2 and 2 dice had scored 1 each. It was a total score of 4, a low score. Meng Haizu's face became pale. How was it possible? He had clearly heard at least one of the dice scoring 6. There were 90% chances of the total score being on the higher side. However, not a single dice had scored a 6. He began to ponder if he had miscalculated and heard the score of a 1 for a 6. Jun Xie collected everyone's bills without any hesitation, and put them on his side of the table. He then gave Dugu Xiaoai 10 silver liang out of them. After that, he gave her an additional amount of 1,000 liang and said, "Miss Dugu, congratulations. Thanks a lot for your good fortune. Please accept this 1,000 liang as a bonus." Dugu Xiaoai received the silver bills with a joyful expression on her face. She had narrowed her eyes into thin lines. She then patted Jun Xie's shoulder and said, "Well done, little Jun. I'll bet on you again in the next round. I'll place a bet for 1,000 liang." Dugu Xiaoai seemed to have forgotten in her excitement that she highly detested Jun Moxie and that he was a debauchee. Li Feng faked a smile and said, "Third young master's luck is on a high today. He has started the game so successfully." He then secretly looked at Meng Haizu with a questioning look in his eyes. Meng Haizu's face looked pale. He shook his head as an indication of his cluelessness regarding the whole matter. Jun Moxie had consumed the drugs. Moreover, the dice they were using were the ones Meng Haizu was most familiar with. Could it all just be a coincidence? Was it possible that he had made a mistake? After all, he hadn't still reached at a very high level of the skill of listening to the dice. However, he had still lost only one game. He would get more opportunities. He could try and win the next games. He had plenty of time and money. However, it was Jun Xie who won the next games. He continued to win until he had earned around 3 million liang. Dugu Xiaoai had also won around 20,000 silver bills. The faces of the Meng and Li groups had lost their color. You're cheating. You cheater. Li Zhen jumped. His face had turned red. He had been betting with the biggest amount of money. His 700,000 worth of silver bills had been reduced to a few liang. He pointed his finger at Jun Xie and spoke in an angry manner. Even Meng Haizu had become doubtful. How could he make a wrong guess repeatedly? He noticed that Jun Moxie still looked dazed from his eyes. Then, how could he keep on winning? Had the god of wealth decided to bless him all of a sudden? It would have been a coincidence if it had happened a couple of times. However, the same thing happening over and over again couldn't be a coincidence. You can leave in case you don't have more money. Don't play if you don't want to lose any more. Jun Xie said without even looking at him. One must identify the stolen goods if one wants to catch a thief. Similarly, one must identify one's cheating if one wants to point a finger at someone. So, did you see me cheating? Miss Dugu, you're a high-ranked expert. Did you see me doing anything wrong? Li Zhen looked at Jun Xie as if he would kill him. However, he felt fearful since Dugu Xiaoi had been involved in the matter. Moreover, he knew that he was wrong. Dugu Xiaoi didn't have the slightest clue about the rules of the game. Moreover, she wasn't as high-ranked as Jun Xie had claimed her to be. However, she had won 20,000 liang after betting in favor of Jun Moxie. So, she was ecstatic. She replied, "You guys are a bunch of losers. You couldn't stop laughing when you were winning. You even forced someone to get someone's help. And now, since you're losing, you're accusing people of cheating on you. You people from Li family have some guts to do something like this. I've been sitting beside little Jun all this time. All he had done is roll the dice. What else could he do? How could he cheat? Who forced whom to ask for help?" Li Zhen asked. Dugu Xiaoi pointed her finger at Tang Yuan and said, "Him. He went to get Jun Moxie to this place. It would be really strange if he hadn't been called for help. Moreover, Tang Yuan is only looking at you guys, and isn't playing himself even though he's a great gambler. This means that he has lost everything he had to you guys. He wouldn't have just sat here if he had money to play with you. Do you guys think that this woman is a fool?" Everyone was surprised. No one had guessed that such an impulsive young woman could have such an astute mind. The Grand Preceptor's residence. Jun Moxie has entered the 1,000 Gold Hall. But, he's been accompanied by Miss Dugu Xiaoi of the Dugu family. A bodyguard entered the room and reported. "Dugu Xiaoi? Why would she go to the 1,000 Gold Hall?" Li Yuan frowned. Jun Moxie hadn't taken her with him on purpose. They had actually met on the road. In fact, Jun Moxie had been thrashed by her. Then, she had forced him to take her to the 1,000 Gold Hall. It seemed that the bodyguard had been watching them all this while from the shadows. It's all right that he didn't take her with him on purpose. But, this has presented an unplanned situation in front of us. Jun Moxie, this bastard is very lucky." Li Yuan then smiled and said, "Well, you should immediately inform Li Feng, Li Zhen, and Meng Haizu to abandon today's plans. Tell them to leave the game, even if they have to lose some money. Tell them to fix another meeting with Jun Moxie. Now, go fast." "Sure." The bodyguard replied and left the room. That was a quick decision, that too a brilliant one. Li Shang laughed. If Jun Moxie had fallen into our trap in front of Dugu Xiaoi, then she would have definitely spread the news after returning to her family. Then, those oldies would have been able to see through our planning. It isn't wise to beat the grass before attacking a snake. It's sensible to give up the plan for now. It's also a great idea to let Jun Moxie win some money. This will boost up his confidence, and he'll agree for another game sometime later. Li Yuan smiled. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Jun Moxie had brought Dugu Xiaoi with him on purpose? He felt like laughing out loud. How could a dimwit like Jun Moxie think like that? It seemed that the bastard was indeed lucky. However, Li Yuan didn't know that it was already too late. Their problem couldn't be solved by losing a little amount of money. The 1,000 Gold Hall. The gambling rules were changed thrice owing to various objections. Jun Xie kept on buzzing arrogantly, so much so that smoke seemed to be rising out of the heads of the Li and Meng brothers. However, he still continued to win. The Li and Meng brothers had lost all their money by this time. The winners Jun Xie and Dugu Xiaoi were busy in dividing the money among themselves. The others started at them with jealousy as they saw the piles of money lying in front of them. They felt as if they won't be able to control their anger as they saw Jun Xie counting the money out loud. "That's our money." Dugu Xiaoi grabbed a handful of bills when Jun Xie wasn't looking. Then, she stuffed them into her bosom with a lightning speed. The value of those bills would be at least 100,000 liang. She then said, Jun Moxie, you won because of my presence. So, you wouldn't mind if I take some more of those bills? Would you? You've already stuffed those bills in your bosom. I'll be declared a perverted person if I try to take those. He touched his nose and said, of course. I don't mind. Why would I mind? I've only won because of Miss Dugu's presence. It's fine if you take some more. Dugu Xiaoi's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, in that case, shall I take some more? Jun Xie was shocked. He titled his head and said, Miss Dugu, you've already received your winning amount. You've also taken my bonus. A human shouldn't be so shameless. Hee hee. I'm just teasing you. It's only a little amount of money. Look at your miserable face. Dugu Xiaoi shouted in a pleasant manner. She realized that her decision to come and explore this place was a good one. She got to witness such an addictive game of dice. Moreover, she made a huge profit of 200,000 liang. She felt elated. A little amount of money? She thinks that 100,000 liang is a little amount of money. Tang Yuan looked on helplessly. He too wanted to grab some money. But, he didn't have the guts to do that. He started to feel depressed as Jun Xie didn't even bother to look at him. Well, I'm a man. I can't follow a woman and grab some money for myself. Humph. Why am I not a woman? Jun Xie felt smothered in his heart as he noticed Tang Yuan's expressions. You're a 250 kilograms of a fatty. How dare you stare at me in this manner? It seems as if a bitter gourd has been placed on top of the head of a pig. I was thinking of giving you some money. But, after seeing this expression on your face, forget about it. Jun Xie gave a mocking smile and stood up. Do you guys have more money to lose? If not, then I must go home and take some rest. I've won such a less amount of money even after investing so much of my time. It has been such a disappointment. What do you think, Miss Dugu? Jun Xie knew that he had spoiled a part of the enemy's plan. You can't leave, Li Zhen said in an anxious manner. Everyone's minds including Meng Haizu's had been frozen, so much so that they couldn't even estimate the extent of their losses. All of them had a better understanding of gambling than Jun Moxie. Moreover, they had all teamed up in order to corner him. They were sure that Jun Moxie had consumed the drugs. In addition, they had tampered with the dice. Meng Haizu's clothes had also been sprayed with a unique perfume to disturb Jun Moxie's drugged mind. Yet, they had lost to Jun Moxie. How could something like that be explained? Was Jun Moxie really so lucky? But, he had scored only a few points higher than theirs in each of his game. This couldn't have been a coincidence. However, they couldn't explain how he had been cheating. Jun Moxie had consumed the drugs, and had turned his gambling skills into a complete mess to cheat. They felt as if they had seen a ghost. Their well-thought plan involving Tang Yuan had gone smoothly at first. However, they hadn't been able to proceed to the next step of their plan after their main target Jun Moxie had arrived. They had lost everything they had instead. How could they even think about going forward with their plan? A trace of fear crawled into their eyes as they realized that they had failed to accomplish the assigned task. They feared the gentle look on Li Yuan's face more than the laugh of a demon, since Li Yuan could issue an order to execute someone, or several people with the same gentle expression on his face. He was more dangerous than a demon. I want to continue the game. I still have a few assets left with me, Meng Haizu spoke as he took off the accompaniment jade from his waist and threw it on the table. Ha ha ha, do you guys think that I'm interested in damaged property? You want to continue the game with such a useless item? I would rather go home and take some rest, Jun Xie smiled and replied. He then shook his head and turned around to leave. Wait! Meng Haizu shouted. He then looked at Li Zhen and the others and said, show me everything you have. Li Zhen and the rest of people were aware of the consequences of the failure of their scheme. So, they hurriedly took off all the valuable possessions like precious stones, pearls, and other ornaments from their bodies. This is Tang Yuan's personal sword and accompaniment jade. I wish to place a bet with these two. Their combined price is 1.5 million liang. But, I'll put its value only as 1 million liang. Meng Haizhu looked at Jun Xie and said, Jun Moxie, I think you would like to win it back for your friend. Don't you? Dugu Xiaoai started blankly for a moment. She knew the origins of Tang Yuan's sword and accompaniment jade. She understood that this was no more just a game. However, she wasn't scared. She didn't try to escape from the situation either. This situation was far too interesting. Jun Xie looked at Tang Yuan and said, I'm not Tang Yuan. His possessions have nothing to do with me. They'll become my possessions if I win this game. Then, I can do anything I want with them. I may throw them in the garbage, or I may give them to someone else. It has nothing to do with Tang Yuan. Why would I win them back for him? You people surely are a creative lot. Tang Yuan pawned these items for money. That's none of my business. It won't be my business, if he brings money to redeem these items later on. Jun Xie looked at the sword and the jade as he spoke. These items aren't ordinary from any standard. Jun Xie then smiled in an unpleasant manner and said, Young Master Meng, what do you think? What I'm saying is right or not? Everyone was shocked to hear Jun Xie's words. Tang Yuan's face had revealed an excited expression after he had heard Meng Haizhu's words. However, his face soon became pale. Meng Haizhu's expressions changed. He had clearly understood the meaning behind Jun Xie's words. He seemed confused. He wasn't sure if he should still proceed with the game. What if they lose the sword and the jade to Jun Moxie? What will they do if Tang Yuan comes to them with the money to redeem his assets later on? No one could deny the truth behind Jun Xie's words. However, there were a few rules to the game. One's assets could only be sold if one failed to redeem them until a certain period of time. So, it would be unjust to sell Tang Yuan's possession at present. Tang Yuan had suffered a huge loss at the hands of the Li and Meng brothers. So, he wouldn't lose the opportunity to create a catastrophe if they failed to return his assets in exchange for money. Moreover, his own shortcomings would provide him with an opportunity to create a catastrophe. Suddenly, a thought crossed Meng Haizhu's mind, I'm already stuck in a problem. I should first think of getting out of it. I can think of the future later on. Moreover, I'm unlikely to lose the bet this time. We can deal with Tang Yuan on our own. Third young Master Jun shouldn't worry about that. Moreover, there's no guarantee that third young Master Jun will win all these items. Then, Meng Haizhu put a jade, a pearl, and a sword on the table. He bit his lip and said, Third young Master Jun, this ruby jade was given to me by His Majesty the Emperor. This is my uncle's most precious sword. And, this glowing pearl was given to Li Feng by the Grand Preceptor Li. These are extremely precious objects. Their combined cost would be in the range of millions of liang. So, the money in third young master's possession isn't enough to bet against these items. But, if third young master is willing to play, then I can allow him to play with something else. What will you suggest me to play with? Will you ask me to gamble with my body? Or do you want to marry off your still unmarried little sister to me? But, wait. I've never heard of this little sister of yours. Jun Xie picked his ear and replied. Dugu Xiaoai burst out laughing as she heard these words. However, she controlled herself, and resumed her normal expressions. She then kicked Jun Xie from under the table. Jun Xie bit his lip and smiled. Meng Haizhu was so angry that he felt like vomiting blood. However, he controlled himself and said, So. Third young Master Jun likes to joke. But, this bet is quite simple. These precious items will go in the possession of third young Master Jun if I lose. But, if I win, then third young master will have to help me with something. Is that fine? Are you serious? How can I accept such a condition? Jun Xie thought, they're slowly coming to the point. It must have been very hard for them to hold up until this moment. He then laughed and said, am I supposed to commit suicide if you guys ask me to die? If you ask me to give all the possessions of Jun family to you guys, then am I supposed to do that? This condition is really, tisk, tisk. Do you think that I'm a fool? I assure you that such a thing won't happen. This bet doesn't involve any money. Moreover, third young master Jun won't be harmed in any manner. I'll only ask you for something that you can easily manage to do. But, we can forget that something like this ever happened if you still think that this bet is impossible. Meng Haizu felt like punching and kicking Jun Moxie. Well, in that case, why not? Jun Xie nodded. How will we bet? We'll play a game of dice. Meng Haizu had a curious expression on his face. He then said, this bet is going to be between you and me. There'll be no banker. Whoever scores the highest will win. Do you accept, third young master? Ha ha ha, why would I be afraid of playing with a loser like you, that too a game of dice? Do you think that you can beat me? That's funny. Jun Xie's face revealed an expression as if he was about to soar to the sky. In fact, he would have soared to the sky if he hadn't been kicked below his belt a moment ago. Li Zhen, Li Feng, and the other people seemed excited. They knew that Meng Haizu was quite accomplished in the game of dice. He had never lost before this occasion. Moreover, he had prepared the dice himself. It would be highly shocking if Meng Haizu still didn't win. Everyone was aware of Jun Moxie's low skills in gambling. However, they were still clueless about how he had won the previous games. But, this game was between Meng Haizu and Jun Moxie. Therefore, it was almost impossible for Jun Moxie to win. Who'll roll first? Jun Xie's legs shook as he asked. His leg was still paining from Dugu Xiaoai's kick. I'll go first. Meng Haizu grabbed the dice and held them in his hand. He then weighed them as he tried to calm his mind. He closed his eyes, and tried to suppress the rapid flow of blood in his nerves. He then murmured something, he seemed to be begging to someone. He had to win this round. This roll of dice contained the total worth of almost everyone present on the table. So, he knew that he couldn't afford to lose this game. Jun Xie sighed and gently tapped the table. He then whispered to Dugu Xiaoai, do you feel that he's trying to summon the spirits of his ancestors to help him in the game? I feel very spooky. Something isn't right. Suddenly, he pulled up his sleeves and shouted, see! I've got goosebumps. Dugu Xiaoai was trying to maintain a straight face since she knew that this game was more than a gamble. However, she burst out laughing as she heard Jun Xie's words. She couldn't believe that this wastrel was such an amusing person. Li Feng and his group stared at Jun Xie with anger in their eyes. They understood that he was trying to break the thread of Meng Haizu's concentration. However, Jun Xie and Tang Yuan didn't feel anxious. Instead, they stared back at them. Meng Haizu let out a roar after a while. He then lifted his palms in the air, and revolved them. Suddenly, the 3 dice rolled down on the table and started to spin. 3 sixes. Li Feng and the other people in his group roared as they looked at the spinning dice. The atmosphere of the 1,000 gold hall had become extremely fierce. It seemed as if they were in a casino surrounded by hundreds of people. 2 dice stopped spinning one by one. Both of them had rolled a score of 6 each. Li Feng and his group burst out into an applause. It seemed as if they had already decided the winner even though the 3rd dice was still spinning. Their eyes lit up as they shouted, 6, 6, 6. Jun Xie would certainly lose if the 3rd dice too rolled a score of 6. He could only be saved if he too rolled 3 sixes in that case. Otherwise, he would lose. But, could 3 sixes be rolled out so easily? Everyone looked at Jun Xie with an elated look on their faces. The last die finally started to slow down. Its spinning pattern indicated that this too would be a 6. Meng Haizhu heaved a sigh of relief. This score had surpassed his expectations. Even scoring 2 sixes was considered to be a great feat in normal times. However, 3 sixes had assured his success. But then, the third die started to roll towards the other 2 dice. It continued to spin between the 2 dice, and then knocked over the die to its left. Then, it started to spin towards the die on its right. It bumped into it and caused it to roll over. After that, it stopped spinning. Suddenly, the room became dead silent. Li Feng, Li Zhen, and Meng Haizhu couldn't help but stare in amazement. Their expressions became pale, and their eyes became red. Li Feng and Meng Fei curled up their lips. It seemed that they would start crying any moment. The 3 dice now showed the scores of a 1, a 2, and a 3. This result would be known as the common loss if Meng Haizhu was the banker. This also meant that Meng Haizhu would lose irrespective of Jun Moxie's score. It's over. Meng Haizhu lost his consciousness. The rest of the people stood motionless with a dull expression on their faces. They seemed to be on the verge of crying out loud. Wah ha ha ha! Tang Yuan jumped up high in the air. It was impossible to believe that a person like him could achieve such a feat. He grabbed Jun Xie's shoulders and shouted, "Third young master, your luck is on a high today. The god of wealth has finally arrived, wah ha 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 ha. The god of wealth has arrived? No, the god of gambling has arrived. It's my turn to roll the dice." Jun Xie then faked an expression of fear on his face and said, "You really scared me with your preparations earlier. I hadn't expected that you'll roll over such a high score. I truly admire you." He laughed and continued, "This play allows one to roll over any score one wants. It's unbelievable how one can accomplish anything with one's heart's desire. An average person can never achieve this level of competency in this game. You're really the god of gamblers. It's your turn?" "No. Third young master. You don't need to roll the dice. You've already won as per the rules of common loss. He has scored a 1, a 2, and a 3. Tang Yuan jumped again several times before he finally came to a stop. "It's nonsense. You haven't won yet. There's no difference between a banker and a player in this game. What if you also score a 1, a 2, and a 3? Li Feng shouted. He was trembling, his eyes had turned red. "Do you really think that such a scenario is possible?" Tang Yuan sneered. "He's mad to ask this kind of a question. How could I lose to such a person?" "You're right," Jun Xie laughed and said. "Let me show you my unmatched gambling skills. But before that, someone wake up young Master Meng. I don't want him to claim that he didn't see the result with his own eyes. After all, one has to see it to believe it. Damn it! How come this idiot is acting so smart today?" Li Feng and the other people in his group looked at each other. The last trick up their sleeve had also failed. Dugu Xiaoai joined them and said, "Is he still not awake? Don't worry. A few kicks of mine will wake him up." Meng Haizhu lay awake on the floor. However, he was pretending to be unconscious. He had been planning to deny seeing anything. He was waiting for Jun Moxie to throw the dice. Everything would have been taken care of once the dice were collected. Meng Haizhu would have claimed that he didn't see the result even if everyone confirmed Jun Moxie's win. Then, both of them would have to roll the dice once again, and he would have got another chance. Meng Haizhu had even planned what he would say, "You're betting with me, and not them. So, I've to see the result and confirm it. I can't believe what you're saying is true, as I haven't seen the result with my own eyes." He couldn't believe that Jun Moxie had seen through his plan. Moreover, he couldn't afford to bear Dugu Xiaoai's kicks. Suddenly, Tang Yuan kicked Meng Haizhu before he had the chance to get up on his own. "Stop pretending now. Get up." Tang Yuan had summed up all his sufferings and complaints in this one kick. The impact of the kick made Meng Haizhu cry out, "Ouch!" He got up to see the smiling faces of Jun Moxie, Tang Yuan, and Dugu Xiaoai. Meng Haizhu stood up with a look of resentment in his eyes. He would have forcefully imprisoned Jun Moxie if Dugu Xiaoi hadn't been there. Suddenly, a man entered the room. Sir Meng! Sir Li! He stopped in his tracks. He was the same bodyguard who had been sent by Li Yuan. He noticed the expressions on Li Feng's and the others' faces. He understood that the situation had been reversed. How could one have estimated that the situation would change in this manner? Now observe, Jun Xie spoke as he grabbed the dice. He then looked at Meng Haizhu with an expression of pride on his face. The faces of Meng Haizhu and his companions looked pale. They clenched their teeth tightly, so much so that a gritting sound could be heard. I'm rich! Jun Xie shouted as he left the 1,000 gold hall. A bodyguard followed him with a huge package. No one had noticed that one of the teacups had gone missing with Jun Moxie's exit from the 1,000 gold hall. Dugu Xiaoi's eyes were fixed on the huge package of money and precious assets won by Jun Moxie as she walked behind him. Earlier, she had been satisfied that she had won a decent amount of 200,000 liang. However, Jun Moxie had then won innumerable precious treasures in the last round. A few of those treasures were so precious that their value couldn't be determined in the market. This created a feeling of discomfort and conflict in her heart. How did this wastrel end up winning so much money? And I, who have always been a dutiful daughter, have earned so less. Dugu Xiaoi looked around. Is it possible to obtain a few items from Jun Moxie's treasure? But, it isn't decent to ask him directly. Darn! Jun Moxie, why don't you offer a few items to me yourself? Tang Yuan smiled from ear to ear. He looked like the Buddha. He walked up to the front as fast as a tiger and said, "Third young master, I'm very impressed with your style." Ha ha ha! I felt so happy to see those bastards lose everything. Brother, don't you think it's the right time for you to give the sword and accompaniment jade to me? To give them to you? Jun Xie stopped dead in his tracks. He asked in a surprised manner, "What are you saying? Why would I give them to you? Why?" Tang Yuan was shocked. Is it possible that you don't intend to give them to me? Give them to you? Jun Xie looked even more surprised. I don't think that I'm duty-bound to give anything to you. I don't understand what you are talking about. I. Tang Yuan was truly in a pathetic condition. He understood that Jun Moxie considered these items as his own since he had won them in a bet. How could he ask him to part with such precious treasure? However, he was worried about what would happen if his father was to ask him about his possessions. He could still take care of the money problem. But, the biggest problem he was facing at present was that his assets were now in Jun Moxie's possessions, and he had no way to get them back. Tang Yuan finally accepted this reality. He had understood that Jun Moxie's win had nothing to do with solving his problems. He shuddered as he thought of his father's face. I can't just give them to you. I never do anything without getting something in return, never. Jun Xie shook his head and replied. He then looked at Tang Yuan's depressed face and added, but, I can sell them to you. I can also get some benefit from this matter in that case. What do you think? Jun Xie held out a finger as he said. Ha 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 ha, you're my genuine brother. Tang Yuan became extremely excited. He jumped at Jun Xie and hugged him tightly. He didn't even consider what benefits he was going to give out in this matter. Tang Yuan didn't even consider that a person like Jun Moxie won't be able to bear the weight of his body. Both of them fell to the ground, with Jun Xie getting squashed below Tang Yuan's body. Only the fat slabs of Tang Yuan's heavy body could be seen. Not even a single corner of Jun Xie's clothing could be seen beneath him. Dugu Xiaoi burst out laughing as she saw this. These two morons are so funny. Everyone rushed towards them, and pulled up Tang Yuan's fat body. Jun Xie looked as if he had been choked to death. His entire body had been surrounded by multiple layers of fat, so much so that not even the air could reach him. He looked despondent. I could never think that a mountain of a man would fall down on me today. I've just been to hell. You fatty, you've made me very angry now. You'll now have to pay more. I'll not sell the sword and the accompaniment jade for less than 1 million silver liang. But, this price is just for today. Tomorrow, you'll have to pay 1.5 million liang. Jun Xie said as he straightened his body. He felt like puking since his nose had been filled with the smell of fat. What? Tang Yuan screamed. The group came to a halt as they arrived at a crossroad. There were Jun and Tang residences to the east, and the Dugu family residence to the west. Suddenly, Dugu Xiaoai felt a mysterious feeling rising in her heart as she realized that it was time to separate. She looked at Jun Xie and saw his crooked smile. This bastard Jun Moxie is an infamous debauchee. I've always repelled him, and have beaten him up on a few occasions. But, he seems to be a very interesting person today. She shouted out, Jun Moxie, will you be coming to my grandfather's birthday celebration? Jun Xie seemed shocked. I'll come if my family members don't have any problem with it. Dugu Xiaoai bit her lip and asked, what if your family members don't want you to come? Then, I'll not go. Jun Xie was confused. Why would I go if my family members forbid me? So that I can get a bashing. Bastard. Dugu Xiaoai cursed in an angry manner as she heard his reply. She then rushed towards him and started to kick him. Don't dare to make this mistake. Otherwise, I'll thrash you every single time I see you. Jun Xie realized that he was stuck in a big problem. The ace assassin of the world had to undergo this torture by a little girl. When will this body transform enough to meet my expectations? He covered his face with both his hands and shouted, I'll come. I'll come. That's like a good boy. At least you're smart. Take out some time to prepare a good present for my grandfather. The worth of the present mustn't be less than what you've won today. She moved her vision from him, and to the huge package that was being carried by the bodyguard. She then turned away while rubbing her wrist. After that, she held her hands behind her back, lifted her chin, and walked down the road like a proud deer. It was evident that Dugu Xiaoai wanted the treasures won by Jun Xie. But, her attitude towards Jun Moxie had changed. However, she still considered him to be a debauchee. Jun Xie looked at the departing figure of Dugu Xiaoai. He then turned towards Tang Yuan and said with a smile, Young Master Tang is very talented, he. You even lost your fiancé in the bet. I can't help but admire you. Tang Yuan became furious, his face turned red. Jun Xie's body turned cold as he saw Tang Yuan's reaction. Tang Yuan, it's not a joke. You almost got me killed this time. Do you even understand how strange today's incidents were? What? I almost got you killed. Tang Yuan was shocked. He could never imagine that he would hear such words from Jun Moxie's mouth. Do you really think that you lost everything because of your bad luck? Are you really that stupid? You lost all your money, your sword, and your accompaniment jade. You even pawned off your fiancé. Just think about it. Are you really that kind of an idiot? How could you not think about the consequences of this entire matter? You knew that your actions could put the reputations of two respected families in jeopardy. How could you not even consider that? Don't you think that something isn't right? Jun Xie glared at Tang Yuan with eyes as sharp as knives. His vision pierced Tang Yuan's heart as he asked, Do you really think that you would have the guts to do something as crazy as this? Tang Yuan had been crying. Suddenly, a calm expression flashed across his face. He wasn't a dimwit. In fact, he was rather shrewd. He calmed his mind down, and started to recall the happenings of the day. The more he analyzed the events, the surer he became that something had been suspicious about the whole matter. He eventually realized that he couldn't have done something like that even in his dreams, that is, if he had been in his senses. However, he had done that. But how and why? Am I such a despicable person? I accept that I'm not the most exceptional and well-behaved person, but I know where to draw the line. I wouldn't have done something like that if I had been in my senses, even if I was challenged by death itself. Today, I not only did something like that once, but repeatedly. Each of my action was more shameful and disgusting than the previous one. I would rather die than do something that disgraces and disrespects my entire family. These actions can send me to an abyss with no hope of a return. Then, why did I do those things? Tang Yang seemed extremely confused. Was Meng Haizu wearing the same clothes when you entered the 1,000 Gold Hall earlier? Jun Xie asked with hard eyes and an evil smile on his face. Yes. But, what does his clothes have to do with this matter? Was something wrong with them? Tang Yuan was still confused. Did you smell a perfume from his clothes? It was quite unique, wasn't it? Jun Xie continued with his questioning. Yes, it was a different kind of a smell, Tang Yuan replied in a perplexed tone. Did they serve you a cup of tea before you started with the game, as they did with me? Jun Xie asked further. Yes. But, what about it? Tang Yuan asked. What about it? Humph. Humph. Nothing much. It was just the beginning of your eternal damnation, Jun Xie sneered and said. Suddenly, Tang Yuan jumped up. He seemed shocked. It turned out that he wasn't as much of a fool. You mean, that, there was something wrong with the tea? Something wrong with the tea? Jun Xie sneered. There was something wrong with everything, his clothes, his perfume, the tea, everything. Why would anyone serve tea to a gang of gamblers before the start of a game? What kind of a norm can that be? You idiot! How could you not notice such an obvious thing? You also drank the tea, didn't you? But, you look fine. Tang Yuan became even more confused. Do you remember that I sneezed on your clothes after I drank the tea, when your clothes had become wet? Jun Xie said with a smile. Yes. I remember, Tang Yuan recalled the incident and answered. People discharge sputum when they sneeze. But, I made your clothes wet. Didn't you find anything unusual about it? Jun Xie tilted his head to one side and asked. Suddenly, a realization dawned on Tang Yuan. Oh, so that what's had happened? But, how do you know so much about this matter? How do I know so much? That's a difficult question. How do I tell him that I'm so familiar with these kinds of drugs that I can tell them with a sniff? In fact, even the pores of my body could detect the presence of these drugs in my past life. Jun Xie rubbed his nose. He thought that the only way to get out of this situation was to give a bad name to himself. I know because I've played the same tricks myself. Do you understand now? This was expected from third young master Jun. It's indeed quite a smooth trick. You're truly a great expert, third young master, Tang Yuan spoke with admiration. Jun Xie was on the verge of bursting out with laughter. He said, it's true that you've taken care of the promissory note. But, these guys will do everything in their power to spread this news. How are you going to deal with this problem? You're right. What should I do? Tang Yuan became anxious as he heard Jun Xie's words. You should go back home, and tell everything that happened to your grandfather. Everything, without concealing or exaggerating any detail. Let your grandfather decide the further course of action. Let him not hear about this matter from anyone else other than you. Otherwise, you're finished, Jun Xie laughed secretly as he said. He continued, I don't think that your grandfather will blame you, since you had been set up by those guys. We both know that your grandfather is much more capable of dealing with these kinds of matters than you are. I guess that you must be extremely angry over those guys. Am I right? Let me tell you something. Leave your sword and accompaniment jade with me for now. Then, take 1 million liang worth of silver bills to those guys in order to redeem your assets. Naturally, they won't be able to return those items to you. Then, do you understand? Jun Xie said in a sinister tone. It seemed as if a devil was tempting an innocent layman to commit a crime. Tang Yuan slapped his thigh and said, You're right. This is the only way to get an upper hand over those guys. But, they can easily redeem those items from you in exchange for money. You're truly an idiot. They had used the sword and the accompaniment jade as a wager against my promise, not money. So, why would I give these items to them in exchange for money? Have you still not understood anything? Jun Xie laughed and said. Oh, right. Tang Yuan exclaimed. Jun Xie then took out a teacup from his bosom with a smile on his face. There were still a few drops of tea at the bottom of the cup. They served the drugged tea in this cup. I picked it up earlier. See, there are still a few drops of tea left in it. Jun Xie smiled. Ha 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 ha, you're truly a professional, third young master. Tang Yuan carefully took the cup from Jun Xie. He then started to roll away like a wild horse runs after its rear has been sliced open. So, you're plotting against me? Now, I'll plot against you. Jun Xie smiled as he saw the receding figure of Tang Yuan. Both Tang Yuan's and his fiancée's families were quite influential. So, the Li and Meng families certainly had busy days ahead of them. And, Jun Xie had already reserved a chair for himself in order to watch the upcoming show. However, the outcome of the incident in the 1,000 Gold Hall would have been something else if not for the sudden emergence of Dugu Xiaoai and the change in the personality of Jun Moxie. Jun Xie wasn't scared of Meng Haizu or Li Feng. However, he would have invited the attention of countless enemies if he had exposed his real strength in front of them. Then, Jun Xie wouldn't have been in an advantageous position. Jun Moxie's enemies were backed by many influential families in the city even though they were first-rate debauches. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to drug people with strong backgrounds like Jun Moxie and Tang Yuan. Would they have dared to act in this manner if they didn't have a powerful backing? Definitely no. It was simply impossible. Jun Moxie was himself an infamous debauchee. However, he had the powerful backing of Jun Zhantian. It was true that Grandpa Jun was the only significant person in the Jun family. But, a weak camel is still better than a horse. Nearly one-third of the military generals were under the command of Jun Zhantian. And, these generals would support Jun Moxie as long as Grandpa Jun was alive. Their bodies had been engraved with the Jun mark, whether they liked it or not. A monstrous storm would be created in the royal court if something was to happen to the Jun family. These people too would fall in case the Jun family fell. They would be suppressed by the other factions to the limit of being unable to fight back. However, these people could stand strong as long as the Jun family existed. So, these people would always come together to fight their enemies, whether they were domestic or foreign. Therefore, it was extremely important that nothing untoward happened to the Jun family, and, especially to Jun Moxie. All these people looked down upon him. However, they wouldn't hesitate to do anything in order to protect him from any danger. This was also true for the Tang family. The Tang family wasn't as powerful as the Jun family. However, they were one of the most powerful people in the city. So, the combined force of the Jun and Tang families could compel even a mighty family like the Dugu family to take a step backwards. This didn't mean that the might of the Jun family was any less than the Dugu family. In fact, the Dugu family didn't dare to raise their heads in front of the Jun family when the Jun family was at its peak for a period of 7 years. However, the situation had changed now. The Jun family had lost its mighty members except for Jun Zhantian one after the other, while the Dugu family had continued to churn out new talents. Therefore, they had eventually taken over the Jun family. Therefore, the Dugu family was the most influential family now, at least in the eyes of the outsiders. Nonetheless, the Jun family couldn't lose all its might as long as Jun Zhantian was alive. In fact, even the imperial powers couldn't dare to take a step against the Jun family. However, the Li and Meng families had come together to plot against Jun Moxie and Tang Yuan. This was highly unusual. It seemed that something wasn't right. The people who had been at the forefront of this plot had been the infamous debauches of the city. So, no one would have taken it seriously even if this matter had been exposed in front of the people. People at the most would have had a good laugh at it. However, what would have happened if their plot had been successful? Jun Xie knew that both he and Tang Yuan would have landed in enemies' hands if the enemy's plan had been successful. It wouldn't have made a great difference to the Tang family as they had other successors besides Tang Yuan. However, Jun Moxie was the sole successor of the Jun family. Meng Haizhu had put those treasures as wager against Jun Moxie's promise to fulfill his request. No one knew how the matter would have ended if Meng Haizhu had won, even though it was only a request. Moreover, the request had been made to a debauchee like Jun Moxie who didn't know how to judge the severity of a situation. In fact, Jun Moxie wouldn't have been aware that he had caused a disaster. He wouldn't even be concerned about the whole matter since he would have counted upon his grandfather to take care of the situation. However, what would have happened if Grandpa Jun's authority had fallen into the hands of other people? Then, it wouldn't have made any difference even if Grandpa Jun was willing to sever his relationship with his grandson. What would the generals under him choose? It would have been a disaster if even a few of them were to hesitate. Suddenly, Jun Xie started to feel a need to increase his resources and capabilities. He had the fine experiences and knowledge from his past life. However, the incident in the 1,000 Gold Hall was an indication that he needed to brush up his skills even further. The first thing that he needed to work on was political awareness since he had greatly lacked this skill in his previous life. In fact, the knowledge about this topic wouldn't have held much importance to him if he was still a solitary assassin. But now, he needed this knowledge in order to protect the people he cared for from any kind of danger. The stability of this great family couldn't be maintained without the detailed knowledge of politics. This didn't mean that he was required to become an official and needed to participate in the political struggles in the royal court. However, he needed to have a detailed knowledge about the political struggles between the other people in the court. Grandpa Jun returned home at noon. He had bumped into Tang Yuan's grandfather Tang Wanli on his way. Tang Wanli was leading a huge group of warriors on a horseback down the great street at that time. Then, he had turned north. It had seemed that he was on his way to destroy some unlucky fellows. The residences of the great families like the Li and Meng families were located in the north. Tang Wanli's face had looked as dark as a black pot, and his eyes had been burning with fury. Grandpa Jun had been immensely happy to see this. It's been a long while since this old goat has been so mad at someone. Who could have thought that the peaceful old Tang would become so furious all of a sudden? It doesn't matter who his target is. But, I'm certainly looking forward to a great show. However, Grandpa Jun didn't know that the mastermind behind this entire drama was his own grandson Jun Moxie. He had asked old Tang in a curious manner, "Brother Tang, where are you going in such a hurry? Why are you so serious? Can it be that someone has stolen your soon-to-be granddaughter-in-law? Just look at the expressions on your face, ha 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 ha." Grandpa Jun had spoken these words as a joke. However, he didn't know that what he had said was indeed true. "You old foggy Jun! You cheap bastard! You aren't as pure as the driven snow either. I'll come back and deal with you myself. Let me first take care of the Li and Meng families." Old Tang then blew his white beard and whipped his horse. His horse started to advance forward at a fast speed. Old Tang knew that Jun Zantian's grandson Jun Moxie was as despicable as his own grandson Tang Yuan. However, he had emerged to be a winner, while his grandson had fallen into such an unfortunate situation. Old Tang suspected that there was a mastermind behind Jun Moxie. Otherwise, that dimwit couldn't have had such an advantage over those guys. And, who could have been the great mastermind other than Grandpa Jun? Moreover, this Jun Zhantian had now dared to make fun of him on his face. Therefore, old Tang's temper had blown out of proportion. Jun Zhantian was dumbstruck. He was left standing in a confused state of mind. What did old Tang mean by that? He just cursed me for no reason at all. He didn't even explain what was going on. Suddenly, he spat and said, "So, you're offended with the Li and Meng families? Then, why did you drag me in your scuffle? When dogs bite one another, their mouths become full of gross hair. Old Tang was being followed by his grandson Tang Yuan. His eyes were full of misery, and his face had turned red with shame. Tang Yuan's father had been sitting in the family hall when he had returned home. He had cried out loud as soon as he had seen his father, and had asked his parents for their help. His father had been so scared that he had almost fell off his chair. Tang Yuan had then realized that his grandfather had also been present in the room this entire time. Tang Yuan had then narrated the entire incident in front of his grandfather. He hadn't hidden any details. What had happened next can easily be imagined. Tang Yuan's father and grandfather had blown into a rage. Then, Tang Yuan had shown them the cup with the remnants of the drugged tea. The Tang family pharmacist had checked the cup, and proved the authenticity of Tang Yuan's story. The Li and Meng families were savages. They intended to bring a bad name to the Tang family and destroy its reputation. The family's reputation was the most important thing in the eyes of the old Tang. Therefore, he couldn't take this matter for granted. Grandpa Tang had been so furious that he had lifted Tang Yuan's fat body in the air, and had shouted at him in an ear-piercing voice. He had then thrown him to the ground, and had urged him to take him to the Li and Meng families in order to seek justice for his family. Grandpa Tang was even older than Grandpa Jun. He was so old that he had been titled as a minster of 3 emperors. He had been keeping to himself since the past few years, and hadn't been stepping out of his house. But now, he was advancing towards the Li and Meng residences with an entourage of warriors behind him. This meant that the Li and Meng families were bound to face a storm. Grandpa Jun hadn't been furious even though he had been cursed by Tang Wanli. In fact, he had been comforted by the fact that the Li and Meng families were about to face the rage of old Tang. Jun Zhangtian was sure that this entire mess had been created by Tang Yuan. Thankfully, Jun Moxie has been obedient in the past few days. He has been studying literature and poetry in the library. Thanks to that, I've got rid of so many of my worries. But, old Tang still has to do so much for the sake of his grandson at his age. It's so pitiful. Grandpa Jun had been tempted to provoke old Tang even further after seeing that pitiful look on his face. How could he have known that the grandson he was so proud of had taken money for gambling in his absence? Grandpa Jun was shocked when he came to know about it. It wasn't a big deal to lose money. But, if something else had happened, then its outcome would have been serious. Grandpa Jun rushed towards his grandson's room as soon he got the news that he was back. However, he was shocked to open his door. He saw a huge bag full of extraordinary treasures placed on Jun Moxie's bed. Little Kay was squinting her eyes and smiling. She moved her fingers as she tried to evaluate the value of each of the items. Grandpa Jun was stunned as he examined the treasures. Besides other things, the bag contained at least 3 accompaniment jades whose surface was exuding a warm radiance. Anyone could tell that these weren't ordinary objects. However, Grandpa Jun wasn't shocked about the value of these assets. Instead, he had been stunned to read the inscription on the surface of the jade year X month X. Congratulations on grandson Feng's birthday and year X month X. Congratulations on grandson Zhen's birthday. Grandpa Jun was alarmed. He started to fiddle with his beard. Isn't this accompaniment jade supposed to be worn by the direct descendants of the Li family? The quality of this jade suggests that it's a symbol of the Li family. Moreover, Feng and Zhen are the names of the grandsons of the Grand Preceptor Li. How did these items ended up in Moxie's hands? Can it be that my grandson has started to rob people? Suddenly, Grandpa Jun exerted excessive force and pulled out a strand of hair from his beard. These 2 jade ruyi certainly belong to the royal families. There's also the Meng family's accompaniment jade, and this pearl, and this. Grandpa Jun's face twitched as he asked, "From where did you get all these items?" Grandpa Jun was certain that he had been stuck in a big problem if Jun Moxie had indeed stolen those items. It couldn't be said that Grandpa Jun was pessimistic in not believing in his grandson's capabilities for winning these items in a gamble. However, he was a realist. He knew his grandson and his capabilities. So, he was sure that Jun Moxie couldn't have won these items. It was an irony that he had laughed at the condition of old Tang a short while ago. How could he have known that a problem like this was awaiting him at his home? Grandpa Jun was so shocked that he had been rendered speechless. Suddenly, little Kay realized that Grandpa Jun was standing at the door. She was shocked. However, she quickly regained her composure, and kneeled down in salutation. She then said, "These treasures were won by the young master in gambling." "He won these treasures?" "He won," Grandpa Jun said in a surprised tone. He would have shouted out these words if he had been alone. However, there was still a trace of suspicion in his mind. When did this wastrel start to win money? He has never won a single liang since the time he has started to gamble. The entire Jun estate would have been gambled away by Jun Moxie if Grandpa Jun hadn't limited the money that he could gamble to his pocket money. But now, Jun Moxie had won treasures like these. "I'm saying the truth. These treasures have been won by the young master. This maid can never dare to lie in front of you. Young master has also won 3 million liang in silver bills. I think he has won all this from young master Li and young master Meng. Young master asked me to arrange this treasure before he left for the library," little Kay replied without any hesitation. Little Kay was filled with pride since Jun Moxie had never won anything before. And now, he had won these extraordinary treasures. Jun Moxie had become extremely capable in her eyes all of a sudden. She was still a little scared of her master. However, she now felt that there was a change in his personality. He was at least not as abhorrent as before. That wastrel went to the library again. Grandpa Jun was pleasantly surprised. He wasn't only happy that he won't have to deal with a new problem, but also that his grandson had gone to the library. He looked ahead with blank eyes. He couldn't handle the overwhelming emotions. He felt his forehead with trembling hands to make sure that he wasn't suffering from a fever. He then checked his ears to make sure that he had heard everything right. After that, he felt a little relieved. "All right. Tell him to come and meet me once he's back." Then, Grandpa Jun left the room along with the housekeeper old Peng. Little Kay was once again left alone with the money. She continued to calculate the value of the treasures. "These accompaniment jades can be sold for at least 100,000 liang, this bead and this gemstone can be sold for at least 150,000 liang, and that, along with these silver bills, wow." Jun Zhangtian seemed confused. "What do you think, old Peng?" He had been unable to understand the change that had taken place in his grandson's personality during the past month. What was his grandson planning? What was he doing? "I don't know anything except that the changes in young master's personality are extremely positive." Old Peng also looked confused. However, it was a good thing that Grandpa Jun wasn't supposed to deal with any kind of mess on account of Jun Moxie. "Moxie really seems interested in reading. What do you think, should I send him to the Wengxing Institute of Knowledge?" Grandpa Jun asked with a hopeful expression on his face. Wengxing Institute of Knowledge was the leading place of learning for the scholars of the kingdom. The combined number of teachers and students in the institute were less than 1,000. This number was very small if the population of hundreds of millions of people in the heavenly sent kingdom was taken into account. This meant that only the people with high talent and accomplishments were qualified to enter this place. The kingdom employed these students as soon as they completed their graduation. However, the students in this institute were made to undergo great challenges in order to complete their graduation. The Wengxing Institute of Knowledge could be termed as a golden road for the scholars of the kingdom. Not even a prince or a princess was allowed to enter the Wengxing Institute of Knowledge if they didn't possess the required talent. Therefore, Grandpa Jun truly believed that Jun Moxie had become a new person as he was planning to send him to the Wengxing Institute. "I think it would be quite difficult. How can Jun Moxie enter into the Wengxing Institute of Knowledge? All the people who have been accepted in the institute in the past had studied for several years. The people who are qualified to enter this institute are the most recognized geniuses. So, how can Jun Moxie enter the institute after reading for a month? Old Pang couldn't answer Grandpa Jun's question in a straightforward manner. So, he continued to speak, the Wengxing Institute is too pedantic for the young master. What if he goes there and faces obstacles? I think we should wait and observe for some more time. It's so unfortunate that Moxie's level of mystic chi cultivation is mediocre. It would have been great if he could enter into the Divine Mystic Institute of War. Every generation of the Jun family has fought wars and become generals. Wouldn't it have been remarkable if our family had also produced a pedantic man? Jun Zhangtian realized that this matter wasn't easy to deal with. Even the emperor had to endure Grandpa Jun's anger when the second prince was entering the Wengxing Institute of Knowledge. Grandpa Jun had always been at variance with scholars. Moreover, Jun Moxie's personality. Old Pang, what are your thoughts on this matter? What should I plan for Moxie's future? Should I send him to study? But, I don't think that my grandson has been designed for something like that. Should I get him trained in the military? But, he isn't designed for that either. He can neither endure pain nor training. Should I send him to do business? But, I'm afraid that he'll lose money to the extent of being unable to buy a coffin for me. Am I left with no other choice than to leave him as a wastrel waiting for his death? Grandpa Jun sighed and said. Old Pang seemed to have become frustrated. He tried to comfort Jun Zhangtian and replied, there have been changes in young master's personality recently. It seems that he's himself trying to achieve something, and become a new person. He's still quite young. I don't think that it's too late for anything. I hate this kind of a hypocritical comfort. And, you're getting quite good at it. Old Pang, this can't be you. Where's that Pang Lai who fought against tens of thousands of men on the battlefield? Jun Zhangtian frowned and said. Old Pang smiled bitterly. I didn't want to say those words. But, what else could I have said? Was I supposed to say that every grandson brings food fortune with him, but you can't count on your grandson? Should I have said that your grandson is a smear on a wall who can't be developed in any manner? Or that your grandson won't stop before he ruins himself completely, irrespective of your efforts and worries? Was I supposed to tell you that? It would have been better if I had asked you to behead me. Suddenly, Old Pang recalled something. He said, young master can be saved in one way. Then, the senior master won't have to worry about him. What way? Come on, tell me quickly. Jun Zhangtian was surprised. He was only trying to vent out his anger. He hadn't expected that Old Pang would really have a way to protect Jun Moxie. Old Pang said in a hesitant manner, this way is quite difficult to implement. I think that we should buy a young mystic beast of the 8th level or above. Then, we should train it. Stop this nonsense. Are you sleep-talking, Old Tang? Do you really think that this way is possible? Jun Zhangtian interrupted Old Pang and shouted. Old Pang pondered for a while. He then said, impossible. Jun Zhangtian sighed and said, then, why are you talking about it? Mystic beasts were a special kind of a life force in the mystic continent. A high-level mystic beast possessed great strength. It was believed that an 8th-level mystic beast could fight fairly with a heaven mystic expert. Moreover, a 9th-level mystic beast was as powerful as a spirit mystic expert. These mystic beasts had their own hierarchy, just like humans. In fact, their ranks were even more rigid than humans. A specially skilled human could challenge and defeat an opponent whose mystic chi cultivation was higher than his own. However, this wasn't the case with mystic beasts. Mystic beasts of the 4th level and below could easily be compared with wild animals. In fact, their destructive powers were only marginally more than that of normal animals. The mystic beasts started to possess some special kinds of skills only from the 5th level and above. However, the mystic beasts of 6th and 7th level weren't that useful, especially when they were young. In addition, a mystic beast couldn't be tamed once it reached adulthood. A few mystic beasts took decades to reach adulthood, while a few took as long as 100 years. What was the point of waiting for a cub to mature for such a long period of time? Moreover, a 6th level mystic beast was as powerful as a silver level mystic chi expert. Therefore, this kind of a mystic beast was easier to find, and its price wasn't too high. However, the mystic beast of the 7th level onwards possessed the innate quality to break through. These mystic beasts were believed to give a competition to humans in terms of their wisdom. They also possessed an additional ability which made the development process of their cubs extremely difficult. The body of the mystic beast of the 3rd level and above formed a special crystal on its own. This crystal was known as the mystic core. The mystic beasts of the 7th level possessed special abilities to absorb the mystic energies from the other life forms. This ability helped them in increasing their rate of growth. Therefore, the cubs of the mystic beasts of the 7th level were extremely rare. Moreover, the prices of the ones that were available were excessively high. Naturally, the cubs of the mystic beasts of the 8th level were priceless. Only legends could get access to them. No one had been heard to have possessed a mystic beast of the 8th level in the past few decades. The high-level mystic beasts resided deep within the Heavenly Punishment Forest. The Heavenly Punishment Forest was an extremely dangerous place, so much so that even a spirit mystic expert couldn't dare to enter the place. The Heavenly Punishment Forest was wide in its area. Its realm had no bounds. In fact, it covered a quarter of the land of the entire continent. The animals found on the periphery of the forest were low-level mystic beasts and a few species of ordinary animals. However, it got extremely risky if one was to delve deeper into the forest. Moreover, a high-level mystic beast ran away as soon as it found itself unmatched. It was impossible for anyone to chase after these beasts in the Heavenly Punishment Forest. In addition, it was impossible for a person with limited strength to make his way out of the forest. It took at least 3 heaven mystic experts to catch a cub of a mystic beast of the 8th level. A minimum of 3 heaven mystic experts could deal with 2 adult mystic beasts of the 8th level, that too with great difficulty. Moreover, the defensive capabilities of the mystic beasts were stronger than that of a heaven mystic expert. It was impossible to imagine the outcome of a situation if the heaven mystic experts were to come across a group of mystic beasts of the 8th level. Even a spirit mystic expert would end up getting buried on the spot if that were to happen. Only the powerful experts with precious identities attained a heaven mystic rank. These experts possessed great wealth. Then, why would a heaven mystic expert risk his life in order to catch a mystic beast of the 8th level? Therefore, Grandpa Jun smiled bitterly as he heard old Pang's suggestion. Jun Zhangtian felt that his grandson was undergoing strange changes in his personality. He said, "Let's go to the library, and see what this wastrel is up to." Then, both of them started to walk towards the library building. However, they didn't find anyone in the library, it was empty. The bodyguard assigned to watch over the library building reported, "Young master left the library building a couple of hours ago. I don't know where he's gone." Jun Zhangtian and old Pang looked at each other. Grandpa Jun was tired after walking for such a long distance. He said in a melancholic tone, "Let's go to my study room." He then started to walk towards his study room, bring all the books that he has been checking out. Meanwhile, Tang Wanli had been leading his men towards the Li and Meng residences. Li Yuran was dressed in a pure white robe. He stood under a peony tree in the courtyard of the Li family residence. He was looking into the distant dark sky with a shallow smile on his face. Li Yuran's clothes were blown in the air by a sudden gust of wind, his persona looked like that of a jade tree. This sight would have filled anyone's heart with admiration for him. Li Yuran's personality was truly unique. Li Feng and his 2 brothers stood in front of Li Yuran. Their faces were dripping with sweat even though it was the pleasant autumn season. The sweat dripped from their forehead onto their eyebrows and got into their eyes. The 3 of them were hugely discomforted by this. However, they didn't dare to wipe off the sweat from their faces. "Whatever you've said isn't related to this matter. So, let's end this discussion. Let's assume that today was Jun Moxie's lucky day. As far as you guys are concerned, The three of them trembled as they heard Li Yuan's words. They were extremely scared of Li Yuan even though they belonged to the same generation. No one had ever seen Li Yuan getting angry. However, his mere presence scared the three of them to the depth of their bones. Each of you will get 40 disciplinary beatings, and your expenses will be deducted by half a year's worth, Li Yuan smiled and said while looking into the distance. He then said in a soft tone, "Tomorrow, continue with the things that you're supposed to do, understand?" This punishment was clearly harsh, especially when it had been granted to one's close cousins. The 40 disciplinary beating would have torn off a layer of their skin even if it wouldn't break their bones and snap their muscles. Moreover, they were supposed to stick to their plan the next day. Li Yuan had punished them with a calm voice with an indifferent expression in his eyes. It seemed as if he was dealing with dogs, not humans. However, Li Feng and his brothers thanked Li Yuan repeatedly. They had accepted the punishment, as if they had been granted amnesty. They felt that they had been granted with a light punishment in the light of what they had done. Jun Moxie, he. Li Yuan smiled and said in a light tone. "You guys can now leave." The three brothers departed as they heard these words. They walked in a submissive manner with a blessed expression on their faces. Li Yuan then clapped his hands and ordered, "Come here." Suddenly, a couple of black-robed figures appeared by his side. They bowed down as an indication to receive further orders. "Go and find out how Jun Moxie won the game today. I also want to know why the drugs didn't have any effect on Jun Moxie. Also, find out if Dugu Xiaoai's presence in the 1,000 Gold Hall was a coincidence or on purpose. Jun Moxie shouldn't have won the game even if Dugu Xiaoai was there. Let me know when you get all this information," Li Yuan said in a soft tone. It seemed as if he didn't want to spend too much of his energy in speaking. "Sure," the black-robed figures saluted and replied. Both the figures then turned around to see a green-robed person entering the courtyard. He was panting. The person slowed down and tried to normalize his breathing as he saw Li Yuan. However, his face was still red. Reporting to the young master, Tang Wanli, the Tang family duke is advancing towards the Li residence with young master Tang Yuan and hundreds of soldiers. His mannerisms suggest that he's extremely angry. Li Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh. So, they want to give us some trouble. I didn't expect Tang Yuan to possess this level of deceit. I guess that I'll have to make a few changes in my plan, he. Go and inform Li Feng and his brothers. Tell them to say this if Tang Wanli questions them about the matter. Also, make sure that the disciplinary punishment is executed immediately. Don't let Wanli Tang question them until half of the punishment has been executed." One of the black-robed figure nodded and left the courtyard. Suddenly, Li Yuan turned around and said with a smile, "Is there any man among the people accompanying Tang Wanli on whom we've been keeping an eye?" "Yes, 3 men. The green-robed man said without any hesitation. Li Yuan said with a smile, "That's great." He then raised his head and looked at the clouds in the sky. The warm autumn weather was now mixed with a cool breeze of air. Li Yuan muttered, "It's about to rain. The Tang family's elites have now moved out. So, this is a good opportunity." Li Yuan said carefully, "Notify Qin Hu to make use of this opportunity. The Tang forces have moved out. So, he must obtain the item that I had asked him to obtain earlier from the Tang residence. He should be successful in this endeavor. He's not allowed to fail. Will not get this opportunity again. Tell him that he has the entire afternoon to execute this. Also, inform him to use those that have never appeared in public before. They must not leave any trace, whether they succeed or fail." "Sure." The other black-robed figure saluted and left the courtyard.